And this is going to be a little different from the usual viewer level stream. And it is indeed quite a special moment because it is the first time since I began to stream Super Mario Maker that I have finished a new level that I'm able to clear check and demonstrate and talk about on the stream. So we're going to do that. We're just going to clear it 3 times, once from the start, one from each of the checkpoints, and kind of explain what we've gotten up to along the way. Afterwards, we'll have a code that is hopefully somewhat usable, and unless we find something that is very immediately game-breaking that's going to require a patch. And that does happen from time to time because we were fixing up this level all the way to the end. So let's take a peek at Damasker and Magic Koopa. This was, of course, a concept that was made possible by the new additions in the 3.0 patch that came out last week. And you can see one of those new additions already, that being the Goomba mask. And a second of those new additions being the deactivated on-off bounce platforms, which are central to this level. Because I discovered very early on that there is a fascinating interaction with these bounce platforms, where the Thwomps, when they stop you, they send you below the platform rather than crushing you. Now that was something that was possible previously with mushroom platforms. But of course mushroom platforms of the previous sort all bounced you upwards, with no way to deactivate them. Thank you for the submissions, those of you who have joined me already. I am currently clear checking a newly completed level that I have just finished. It's very fresh. We were tweaking it really up till about 10 minutes ago. We will be getting to the viewer queue immediately after the upload. So enjoy. So the central concept of this level, as you can see, is all about switching in and out of the mask, depending on what kind of segment you need. What kind of segment you need to clear, rather. Now, it's rather convenient for our purposes that we took that very unnecessary depth there already, because I always try to put up at least a bit of an impressive time on the clear check for the single segment run from the beginning. Partly because, you know, when you submit to other players, one of the first things they look at is sometimes the clear time if they suspect that they're going to be in for something that is on the longer side, so I don't necessarily rush, but I try to keep it reasonable. So, the idea is that all of these Magic Koopas are trying their best, under these current climate conditions, to practice responsible social distancing. Mario, meanwhile, can't decide whether or not he wants to wear a mask, and so he keeps trying to give these Magic Koopas a hug. And if he successfully gives them a hug, he strips off his mask. It's very unhygienic, but it allows Mario to progress further through the level. So you can see one of the neat things about the Goomba mask is that it does not activate icicles. So icicles do absolutely nothing. But it does mean that as soon as you take off the mask, the icicles are able to drop. Now, I'm not going to show off all of the bonus hidden and optional content that I built into this stage during this run, simply because we are just doing the clear check before we get to viewer submissions. But there are some hidden secrets, including the typical NSMB style optional content of the collectible coins, which is something that also takes place in 3D World with the green stars, I believe. And I usually implement them in my levels as a 10 coin, a 30 coin, and a 50 coin, so you know which coin you have collected. So we passed the 30 coin a little earlier. So here we scroll down to one of the puzzle rooms, and they have, not really a puzzle, you know exactly what you need to do. You need to strip off the mask and get Thwomp to blast your way further down. The issue, of course, is that you have to be very careful not to get smushed by the thwomp before it has successfully destroyed the ice blocks. Now, did I just break my own level? I think I am... Oh, no, I didn't. What happened was, because I'm still wearing a mask, the thwomp is no longer willing to hit me. And that's what these Podoboos or lava bubbles are for. They reactivate your ability to be hit by the thwomp. Down we go again. So, here's another room. And same idea. You gotta hug the Magikoopa. And that Boo is not impressed. Now, I should have seen those icicles coming, given that I tested this so thoroughly, and I guess my own trap started to work against me. So I hope all of you watching have been enjoying the 3.0 content yourself. I think it's been a very exciting time for Mario Maker. I spent way too much time this weekend just streaming some friends' levels and levels from communities and discords that I'm a part of. And so it is very nice, I think, to get back to some submissions from people who are active on Twitch, who are, no doubt, always full of neat ideas. Now, sometimes they have bad ideas, but hey, that's how you learn. So here we are again, strip off the mask. And then the Goomba makes the icicles safe again. Also allows you passage through the thwomps. Yes, I did actually take some time taking away the cheesy option of just going over the thwomps at the last minute, and that's a quality check that I very nearly missed. Now you can here touch the Magikoopa, or you can just touch the icicle, but you gotta be careful because stripping off the mask also activates the Sharvarg that have been hiding in the bottom right corner, biding its time. So we're back at checkpoint 1. Checkpoint 1 is technically the second checkpoint that we're going to clear check after we do this one, because it is in the subworld, which, as you can see, is the vertical world that we are using with a downwards auto-scroll, which is, I think, sometimes a little difficult to design around, since Mario's moveset is just generally oriented around going up rather than down. But we manage. And we're just gonna try to tap that guy lightly without touching the ice too far. We don't want to be crushed by the thwomp. Send that down, on we go. Okay, so. Oh, we're just gonna get nuked by that. Now, luckily, being the level creator, we know there's a mushroom in this tree, and that's going to help us a bit. Now, I normally don't do jump scares like the Boo that comes out, but there's a reason I let myself do that here, which is that since you are taking damage when the Goomba mask is knocked off your head anyway, you have a few frames of invincibility where when the Boo shoots out, it's not going to hurt you anyway, so it's really totally just a jump scare to throw you off and force you to make other mistakes like I did with the icicle the first time. So, here's the boss battle. You got Meowser kind of floating around, you ring the bell and you get a mushroom, and you also send down the Magikoopa, which you may or may not need. You don't absolutely need the Magikoopa to beat this fight, but you do need to try to strip off the mask in order to use the Thwomp elevator to head downstairs. You head downstairs, grab Pow. The nice thing about Pow is that small Meowser, regular-sized Meowser, only takes 2 hits from it, so it's actually a very short fight if you know the solution and know what to do. Now, if you're watching this stream, you have seen the solution, but people who have to solve the puzzle for themselves will probably not be so lucky. So, just head up there. The other nice thing about Pow is that you can drop it in a couple of different ways, actually. So, here's the situation you're in where Bowser's gone, but you can't get back down. And that's why we have the Magikoopa Bell as insurance. So, send the Magikoopa down, pop that off, and in we go. So, we're done. Or are we? Well, this is a Magikoopa level, so the flag is going to vanish on us at the end. We're going to have to bring it back, and we're going to have to get to the flag quickly before the next one zaps it. So I set the clock at 500 seconds, and we have 230 remaining on the single segment clear check. So it is doable in 300, which was the initial setting, but I always realize that whenever I put in any kind of puzzle solving in a level, that people are going to need that extra 100 or 200 seconds the first time they see something just to understand it. So we're going to do the boss battle again from checkpoint 2. This will give me an opportunity to show you a little bit of a quality hack that I put into this level. So you'll notice that this whole level depends on this Thwomp elevator setting you down. This level also gives you a POW block, so the question is, what happens if you lock yourself by grabbing the POW, like this, and wait for it. Let's see if we can do it. Let's take some damage. Let's say you nuke the Thwomps. Now it looks like we're soft blocked. Luckily, we have a reset pipe. So here's the reset pipe, and it spells out very explicitly not to thrust the POW into the wall. Don't do it. Never do it. And it sends you back into the fight. So here we go. Round 2. Or technically round 3. So let's strip off the mask. Whoops, gonna take some damage. So why don't we ring the bell, grab a mushroom. Here we are. It's gonna send you down. Let's race for the POW. Now, this interaction is all about grabbing the Goomba mask and being forced to drop the POW. So you either have to take some damage and reactivate it, or you can ground pound it. Right now, Meowser and Charvarg are off screen, so what do? Come up here, we ring the bell, we summon the Magikoopa. Hey, thank you for the submission. We are finishing a clear check on a new upload that I have. You folks will be quite lucky in that you're already seeing all the puzzle solutions, and you see the code come up as soon as I have it, so you can race for the first clear. So, Meowser is probably hanging around down here somewhere. Oh, yeah. So that's what happens when he goes off-screen while you grab the Goomba hat. It is not a soft lock. It is always possible, as far as I've tested, to bring him back. It's just a matter of going to the right place. So we're just going to nuke him once, like that. Strip off the mask. Go back down. Let's not get nuked by Charvarg. It is possible to fight Meowser entirely on the lower level, by the way. We're not going to show that right now, but we do have one more clear check attempt to do, so who knows. There you go. 2 hits. That's all you need. Grab a mushroom refresh. Down we go. And let's see the ending once again. Now, I don't necessarily want the player to just die here after working through the boss, so I actually do have a mushroom spot here. The sort of Magikoopa flag disappearing ending is meant to be a little bit of an annoyance, but it's not meant to be anything tedious. So, we'll bounce him, grab the flag, and now we will proceed from one more checkpoint, which is a checkpoint in Subworld 2. Now, this is earlier in the level because it's checkpoint 1, because I've placed my checkpoints after the Subworld transfers. Also notice the setup of the semi-solids to implicitly make this a one-way pipe. So we're going to send him down. This Thwomp also confirms that the player understands that when you see hard blocks or ice blocks there, you should not get directly under the Thwomp to be sent through the platforms like you would be earlier. You don't want to do that. Gotta let it bust things open first. sends you down. And now we're at this segment where it is in fact possible to finish this as Mario without the Goomba mask. It's almost certainly the hardest platforming segment in the entire level. But if you come down here without a mask, you can get through the icicle barrier right away. And the hard part about that is that it activates all of the bloopers, and so they no longer stand in place, and it makes the platforming significantly more difficult. So now we have to be careful to strip off the mask without getting under the forms. Let's get under. Well, you gotta watch these lava bubbles. They are, of course, part of the check that is an anti-soft block mechanism for the segment above, had you kept the Goomba mask by mistake, but they also double as an obstacle, so... Now, we already stripped off the mask quite easily, so we didn't need to go to the lower level that time. But we will see the boss one more time. Mushroom spot up here. We already have one, but it's sometimes hard to tell how tall you are when you're wearing the Goomba hat. Hey, welcome to the stream, welcome for the submission. Thank you for the submission, rather. We are just finishing a clear check on my latest level, which is going to be uploaded in just a minute. And then we will get to viewer levels right away after we grab that code. So, you're getting very thoroughly spoiled for how the ending segment and boss fight is going to work. But that is my treat to you folks. And as you wait for me to play your levels tonight, I encourage you to play mine and grab the first clear. Now, notice what happened there. That when the Goomba hat forces you to drop the POW, POW is actually a hard collision with Bowser. It's usually a soft drop, but when it hits Meowser, it hits him. So, it's very stylish when you can get the kill like that. Let's see if we have the timing to do it. No, can't. Almost. So, we need Magic Koopa's assistance once again to strip off the mask. And then let's dodge the Charvark. And then let's go down. There we are. So here's the 50 coin. I did not show off the 10 coin location earlier in the stream, but it's not hard to find if you want to play this. So that's it for the clear check. Thank you for the GG. Now, hopefully I didn't leave anything really game-breaking in there, and this version of the level can just stay up. So this level is called The Masker and Magic Koopa, which is a title that came to me after I had already started the idea behind the level, but is a play on the classic Russian novel, The Master and Margarita, which is a novel that also features a giant cat. Except the shifty apartments in that novel are all in Moscow. I also left out the whole flashback sequence to Pontius Pilate. So, I think this is definitely puzzle solving. We probably want to force single player, but I don't really know if that's going to have much of an impact unless this level is extremely popular, so let's go with themed. And I'll change that if people are actually crazy enough to try to attempt this in multiplayer. I think it would be hilarious. I also think it would break a lot of the player progression. So, thank you all of you for witnessing this, dropping by. And I will go to my profile first of all in Force World. And I will get that code up once again. I have a pretty modest profile. This is only my 5th upload. Let's check my clear check time. 4 minutes and a half, which I'm sure is going to intimidate some people into thinking this is extremely long. It is one of my longer clear checks, and I thought this level was going to be on the heavier side in that respect. It is doable quite a bit faster in certain segments if you really do know what you're doing. So I'm just going to get some screenshots there for my own records. And excuse me while I just take a moment to change my stream title information and also write down the code. And yeah, thank you for staying for the explanation. I will be getting to the viewer queue momentarily. Okay, let's take a look at some codes. Let me punch this one in chat. In the meantime, I should actually write it down properly myself. And let's start with Edwin Alvarado. You are, of course, still here. I just saw you speak, so we'll pull up 7-3D YRK HJF. Just another boss rush. Well, this is also a very new upload from just an hour ago, so thank you for offering me the first clear. I love boss battles. I also love doing first clear attempts from viewers. So, the Koopalings are back. I think you have what it takes to face them all. We'll see. I love that the Koopalings are giving boss battles a lot more variety once again. You can only see Junior and Boom Boom and Bowser so many times and in so many combinations. So having a lot of different battles in Boss Rush is very viable. Well, this is basically kind of like the classic Super Mario World setup, except the physics don't really allow you to bump him off by jumping. But it is kind of meant to evoke the original ship battles in Super Mario World, I think. Now, getting on doors on seesaws can be a little bit finicky, but that one was thankfully not too bad. Okay, so what has Iggy got for us? He has some kind of muncher locked down there. I think I'm supposed to send him down. No, I don't think he actually... Well, he kind of falls off, yeah. I see a POW block that is up top. Oh, this is a timed battle. Okay. Well, let's make sure he's on his feet. Drop Muncher, and move on. Boom Boom is kind of tired, but Boom Boom, I think, is mostly kind of just a free-hit container for the level that you build around him. So, we see from the one-way panels that we are allowed to go in and nuke Wendy for a bit if we want. Just gotta watch the perpendicular and deflection pattern on... Whoops. Projectile, which is already getting us into tons of trouble. Oh, whoops. That's alright, pretty easy to get back here. Indeed, we have a checkpoint. I like how the bouncy Goombas and the bumpers here kind of foreshadow the battle is going to happen. Okay. Not a lot of headroom for us to jump around, so we better get out safely. And actually, we just better set it out entirely during her shell phase. I think that was the smart thing to do, and what this room was designed to do, since there is no refresh on the Fireflower. We do have to watch out for her jump. That is the thing that has killed us both times. So yeah, this time, even if we do have the flower, let's step back outside for the spinning phase. That will make things a lot easier. What did I say about stepping outside for a spinning phase? Well, she's kind of trapped there, so... Okay. We'll just kind of be a bit campy. Just gonna snipe her from afar. Don't have to deal with her very high jump. Look at her jump. It goes all the way up into bumpers, and I'm sure that was the reasoning behind how you spaced them out. Okay, Lemmy. Definitely my favorite Lemmy. I think the bouncy balls are just... Well, I mean, they're the thing that really make him unique as a Koopaling, and is so nice to have it represented in Mario Maker in a way that makes him so distinct from the other bosses. So, it looks like we need to escort the Bob-omb using the on-off switch all the way to the other end until it ignites. Not sure what that will do for us if we just kill Lemmy outright. Oh, I see, because we need to open up the ice blocks. So, once we get rid of Lemmy, that will happen. Now, I'm not sure if the on-off state will be something that is controlled later. Yes, it is. Okay. Would have been nice to see that in advance. The camera doesn't really scroll down that far. But I suppose with the ice blocks being right here, the camera scroll... I mean, it's not locked, but at the same time, when you're coming from up top, that was as far as it could go. So, on to the next part of the ship. As I saw from the outside, it is definitely a ship. Let's see if Roy's going to stick to some ceilings, and yes, he is. I haven't really seen all of these guys in NSMB style yet, so it's kind of nice, first of all, to have Roy here climbing these walls as well, and ceilings, and also, temporarily, the squirrel suit. I can see that the idea here is that if the stomp is going to stun you, then you're going to take a fall on the donut blocks. Meanwhile, you have the drainage on the outside. Poor Koopas and Goombas being dropped into a fire and being very wastefully combusted. Now, this is kind of like a classic Morton setup with the spiky chambers on either side. For that reason, the mushroom out of the pipe is very appreciated. I think when you have a little space to work with here, you are liable to take a lot of damage. And it's still going to be tricky anyway. The mushroom does not make this trivial. Yeah, gotta take a lot of hits, and you still have to, even if you play safely, I think, work a bit to activate that properly. Now, it's nice that you can actually damage boost through the skewers instead of being obstructed by them. That would have caused a far greater pain. Okay, Ludwig, what have you got? Well, Ludwig is going to let his bullets do the work. And we won't be fooled by that. Okay. And I think we got one more hit to get on him, right? I think so. Can we count? Yes, we can. Then we are going to go through the pipe. Now, I noticed that one issue here is that you can go through the pipe before you've cleared that fight. And if you do, then that means that you have to fight him over again with 3 hits. I know that's probably just an issue with how many pipes and keys you have in each zone. It may potentially be sort of an aesthetic choice to have all those pipes in the ship, in the other subworld. It is something that I think some players could run into if they're not careful. They'll try to escape up the pipe. And at least they can get back in, but it does reset. So, they're all going to be quite big. They are, at the same time, no match for the star. Neither of these guys. And yeah, I guess that's probably why you restricted things to the subworld, is because of the Koopaling budget, where you are limited to 7 total, and you have 1 each as normal bosses, and 1 each hit the finale. So, thank you for just another boss rush. I see I was about a minute and a half behind schedule because of the deaths I took on Wendy. We'll mark that as a win, although that doesn't really matter because the bot is no longer set to block repeated codes. And the reason it's not set to do that is because I do take maker codes, and I do also take worlds, although I have certain rules for how long I will play worlds per submission. So I see, Edwin, that you also have a world set up already, and you're welcome to submit more levels, or submit your world, or submit anything else. I just started, and I will be going for quite a while. Okay, Spencer113YT. Are you still with us? I think he might have left. I'm going to give Spencer another chance, because Twitch is sometimes a little behind schedule. Edwin, don't worry about that. I mean, you know, if you want to submit your world, that's fine. Like, if I get to the level I've already seen, I can just stop if it's the last one anyway. It's not a big deal. Of course, that depends on how hard the levels are, but if they're kind of like that one where it's fairly short, that should really not be an issue. I think Jay also left us. Apparently I took too long with the clear check. So just a moment while I reshuffle the queue a bit. May have to... okay. Last Sora, you will be next. Let me just get the bot to order that properly. And, gotta play with that in the back end. Yes, I know you're here. Thank you for staying. And one moment while I do a bit of queue management in the back end to get everything straightened out with the offliners that were formerly here. I am going to remove them if they're still not here after I play last Sora's level. That's going to be 4JK. DP7. And K5G, okay. Tubular. Hey, people achieved the goal as P. Mario. A lot of fun. Helps that Charge and Chuck isn't hanging out with us anymore and throwing baseballs in our face. Instead, now when we play the Super Worlds in a game, the machine throws baseballs in our face. I am doing about as well with the baseball pitching machines as I did with Charge and Chuck on the original Tubular. So, let's go up. One up. And let's, continue. And that's going to be total blind jump. Okay, well, I mean, that's what I get for exploring the little bonus that's totally out of view. I don't know where that was supposed to take me, though, because I can't see with this camera scroll, but... And that Hammer Brother has the high ground. We were not very careful about him. That's okay, I know that we could have just taken a semi-solid below and done this more safely. There we go. And there's another hammer. Let's just go over him. And this is going to be a classic tubular-like setup, except the P is not floating away with us. I guess the hammers do kind of work like the chucks. Oh, that kind of thing. Very cheap, cheap, cheap. Roll cheap there. We know the tricks it's up to. But hey, whatever compensates for football season being off, right? Or baseball season, for that matter. Thank you for the follow. I've already learned the hard way from playing a few of the P-Balloon levels that the whole trick, unless you're going for speed, is to not over-invest in, whoops, the dash button. Because the first time I played with the new P-Balloon, I was holding the boost constantly, and that actually just totally wrecks your day. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Bad reaction on my part. That's not your fault. There's no baseball. I think the Cheap Cheeps are definitely getting their revenge, though. Okay, that's just a very normal Hammer Brother. We should not have that much trouble with it, but we are. Very chaotic times. Oh, with that jump. You can see from all the death markers that that one guy. Always that one guy. It's okay. We got it down. And let's grab P and move on. Okay, look. This is a P-Balloon. None of these blocks are going to give us anything interesting, because there's nothing we need from them. We don't want to replace the balloon. We don't even know if anything would take priority over the balloon as a power-up. I would imagine that most power-ups actually do. And we cannot take a hit, so we should not risk spawning something that we don't want. So I think the rule here, since we don't actually need to refresh the P-Balloon like we did in Super Mario World, the principle here we should just be to fly. Maybe we should just hold down the boost button and power our way forward. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Nice try, Piranha Plant. Let's try Podoboo. Hey. Okay. Let's maybe... Oh. Oh, okay, that was close. Oh, that was closer. And you see those one-ups at the end that seem to signal that the goal is going to be right there. Okay, let's power through to some more. Whoops. Yeah, I could tell that was the end when I saw the one-up mushroom tracks. Oh, hey, I actually made it, and I didn't make it. The first jump distance felt really good, though. And our timing there felt much better. Just need to step on it and go. Okay, let's give this guy a wide berth. This guy too. Good thing you can, you know, turn corners decently with the new P-Balloon. Item is something that I actually think maybe I should be driving with the stick rather than the D-pad. That's something I might try on one attempt later if I'm still having a little bit of trouble. Now, I mean, we've gotten quite far already, so difficulty isn't the issue. It's more reacting to things with decent reflexes. And occasionally, patterns that can be a little bit chaotic. So. But we'll just go. Not gonna hit any blocks. Nope. The clear percentage on this was just under 4%. And actually that seems pretty in line with what I'm seeing here and how close I got. I do kind of wonder what the clear percentage would be on classic tubular if, you know, you had the same kind of player pool as Mario Maker, and if lives were not an issue. Steve Nick, we just started. We have a very short queue. In fact, 2 of those people in the queue were offline last I checked, so if you join now, we should be with you fairly soon. We also do accept worlds. My current policy is that I will play until the first game over, and I will also play just one world at a time in terms of, like, you know, so I play World 1, we'll get to some other levels, and if you're still here, we can get to World 2, etc. So, we're still trying this out, of course, to see what works for people, because streaming worlds is something that, you know, not a lot of people are able to do, and then sometimes you have to find out a good amount of time to spend on them that is still fair to the other submitters. I do think that, since makers are clearly putting a lot of effort into them, that they are worth seeing. And of course, single levels that are new or old are both welcome. Would love it if you showed me some new stuff in 3.0, which I'm still learning. But old levels are perfectly fine as well, so let's continue to push through. Let's dodge some piranhas that are going to have the kind of dreadful Mario Maker spawn timing. Way under, and here we are. I reach the goal. Well, frustrating or technical level, it depends how technical is technical, right? Like, what kind of clear percentage are we talking about here? I'm willing to do hard levels, but it's more that sometimes I may have to do them in multiple segments, like if they're going to take me over half an hour to grind out, you know, like I might have to pause it and come back to them later. It really depends on what you're comfortable sending me. Like, obviously, in the context of viewer levels, tend to be in a little bit more of a rush to get things done in under usually around a max of half an hour, so, you know, something that is like 0.05% probably isn't going to happen. But I mean, you can always send it to me and I can see how I do. It's not a big deal, and if it doesn't work out, you can send me something else. So. Okay, we're going to check the offliners once again. I believe Spencer has still not come back, so we will take him out. Yeah, Steve Nick, I am perfectly fine with just seeing concepts and seeing cool tricks that makers have to show me. Like, this isn't so much of a super expert stream where I show off how good I am at, you know, frame perfect shell jumps or anything, because I can't do those very well. This is more a stream where we try to poke around with levels and I'll learn something new about Mario Maker every day. And so beta testing for people or seeing levels that I might not necessarily finish is something I regularly do, and that is perfectly welcome. Okay, so Edwin, back to you. So we'll just take a look at what I think was your maker code. Yeah, we have a very small audience and short queue right now, and so playing several levels by you is something that is quite possible if you're going to stay long enough. Okay, so you got your maker code, and you have 5 levels in one world, and you said that we already beat what was the castle level, right? Boss Rush was the castle level, and indeed 5 levels, so we will do quite a lot of plays on these already. Seem to be very well liked. So what we'll do is we'll run them, kind of appreciate your world map. We will try to get through all 4 of the first 4. But like I said, in order to keep things tense and meaningful, I am going to tell myself that I'm going to go until the first game over, so I hope you started me with a reasonable number of lives. 10 lives, okay. Great. Okay, we got a clear condition level, treasure in the pyramid. So let's steal 300 coins and see how we do. Now, because I'm not looking at the stats for any of these individual levels, I don't know clear percentages or upload dates, so I don't know how old they are, or how easy I can expect them to be, but we had a pretty breezy time with the boss rush earlier, and so going to enter the pyramid and get into the underground zone. We probably shouldn't have spent both of the flowers already, given that we know they would be very helpful for the piranha plants on the right side. So yeah, it looks like you just kind of have a dual level where you play one side while you get an opportunity to read the other one. And moreover, the drops are steep enough that in SMB1 they should pretty much be one-way drops where you can't really have the opportunity to go back. Now, back to what we said earlier about maybe Boom Boom getting a bit tired. It's alright, we actually don't mind seeing him in a context where he's apparently the temporary leader of the moles. And we see, of course, there's another Boom Boom that is a temporary leader of the plants. Luckily, we already have a flower. Yeah, okay, so with drops like this, when you are dropping down, you gotta be careful with the camera. You can't necessarily trust the player to always hug the wall on the way down. That's the only thing I'd say. I mean, I know this is probably an older level, and you might have learned that already. I like the color coding of the pipes. Big and small. Here we are, Boom Boom again. I'd nuke these guys up there if I could. Oh, thankfully the fire flower actually does respawn, so. And through the key door. So we have an additional key now, which means we are potentially susceptible to key death, except it's very clear where you're supposed to go, so key death would very much be my own fault. So we only have 3 coins out of 300 so far, and there wasn't really that much of an opportunity to grab coins previously, but thankfully I think it's a level that doesn't look super precise in terms of requiring every coin. Nope, it's going to give us a bit of a surplus. And that's a bit of a surplus from the inside of this pyramid and the 50 coins alone, so that's very nice to see. And we have the clear condition, and now I guess we just go back out. Oh, we should have gone back out the other pipe. Okay. That does kind of rather require the player to remember what the layout was like. It probably isn't too big an issue since it's a clear condition level that has no checkpoint, and without a checkpoint it's not like the player, you know, will suddenly have their sense of geography interrupted, so let's grab that clear and move on. Not making terrific time, but we'll do what we can. Yeah, I also do like that you made the world match that by having the little sinking quicksand desert that's in the middle of the sky. It is, in fact, pretty thematically appropriate. I like that Nintendo just lets you mix and match those. I haven't really played with the World Maker tile sets myself because I just haven't built a world yet. But it's nice that people who are refitting a lot of their old levels into a world, and I don't know if that's what you did here, but or if this is brand new, but a lot of people who are refitting their old levels into a world are finding, I think, that they do have the option to kind of make their geography make sense. As far as anything in Mario makes sense. Whoops, didn't mean to cling to that. Accidental up input. Yeah, it's alright not to be fond of older work. Like, I think everybody goes through that process when they learn Mario Maker. Like, I can tell from the boss sequence that you showed me earlier, some of those arena layouts that you know what you're doing. And yeah, we all have to go through this learning process. And I can see that, you know, even with earlier levels like this, that you did kind of take a lot of time with the layouts to, you know, kind of take advantage of the mushroom platforms and doodads to make something reasonably Nintendo-like. It is true that the Wiggler's speed is extremely fast, though. Like, you can outrun it with the frog. You can't really outrun it with much else, so a lot of it is just trying to dodge its arc. I guess maybe some of the coin indicators could be helpful, and the fire flowers could be helpful as well. But, in general, yeah, you just can't outrun that guy, and that's one of the major issues, which I have seen in other levels that use the swimming Wigglers before, is that, like, as something to dodge, yeah, they work pretty well. Something that's chasing you, if you don't have a lot of room to kind of move back and forth and get under platforms and obstacles and such, you don't really have that much of a chance. Like, you really have to watch his arc and let him swim over you, rather than trying to outrun. And I think that's something that, with the available space you have, might not be the most intuitive thing. Like, you do depend a bit on the power-ups, but that's okay. It's just enough power-ups to give us a refresh and push us through. So. C. Keglar, 1992, thank you for your submission. Yeah, oh, I guess the bot isn't reading the level names. The reason is I deactivated that because it was messing up with people's maker codes. I don't know if it still is, so I'm going to reactivate the thing in the Warp World bot that allows me to see the level titles. So just give me a moment, and hopefully that will not break people's maker codes. If it does break people's maker codes, I will turn that back off. So, because I like being able to see the level names when I receive submissions, and so I can acknowledge what you folks have been working on. So yeah, we are, as I said, only going to play in this world up to the 4th level, since we did see the castle earlier in the stream. For those of you who are in queue and wondering. Yeah, TNF96, I know that's a massive block of text, but the general principle of it is that I will at least look at pretty much anything. I just kind of spell it all out there for people's benefit, in case they ask. And it is quite common that I will have a level that I really like but can't finish, and which I just ask the maker to kind of resubmit after I've had a chance to look at some other people first, so it's pretty frequent that sometimes there are some levels that take like an hour for me to complete, but I'll do them in 2 different half-hour parts. That's the only rule that I think really needs explaining. Okay, so yeah, we're not really timing things well against the on-off here, so we'll pay a little bit more attention to that. This one is fairly dense. Very busy with projectiles, but we just need to actually watch the on-off switching from the shell, and I think we're in a much better position if we do that. We're getting hit like crazy, though. Ah, mushroom. Great. And we got shot in the face. Okay. So there's a key door. I see, okay. Yeah. The issue that I found with that chamber was that, like, I was not even to the point of reading the boss setup in the left side with Bowser Jr. because, like, I was still too busy dodging things. Like, I didn't actually see what was going on. So let's give that one more look. And of course, this is level 3, and it is an Athletics Sky level, which is kind of the conventional Nintendo level 3. Okay, so we have Boom Boom and Junior, and we need a key by killing one of them, and it looks like there is an on-off setup that requires us to stand in a room to launch something from the red blaster that is in the top middle. Red blaster is going to fire something. We need a certain on-off timing for its projectile to presumably go down and hit probably Boom Boom. And that will give us a key. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I guess you're trying to pack into one scrolling vertical screen that is only one screen wide, right? Because you have the scroll stop on both the left and right to basically prevent any spawning or mechanism issues, but it does mean that every room kind of feels like a room of death. And so we do need to stand in one of the bottom corners. I'm just trying to get a mushroom safely, and then I can... Okay. Now we're in a better position. I just needed to find the safe spot that would allow me to fire the shell, and that was all there was to it. So once I got a chance to read what that room was about, that actually was pretty simple. Just a lot of stuff on the screen to decode before I could get there, but once I could read it, very easily solvable. I don't consider it a cheese spot, I consider it the solution to the puzzle. It's not the kind of cheese you should be patching out. It was actually kind of satisfying to find that. But yeah, very claustrophobic room. Okay, so I would assume Castle is the boss rush that we played, so let's do Fortress. We're just going to get a bank of lives as insurance, since we are down to 13 already. Did we go up to 13? Yeah, we went up to 13 from an initial bank of 10. I am usually reliably terrible at this game, so... that's a miss. Okay. You have to redo your world. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll want to see level 4 anyway, and I'm not finishing it anyway, so I don't mind if I lose my world progress. Just see this level, and if you want to nuke your world afterwards, it's perfectly fine by me. POW blocks and well-timed shots. Let's see how well-timed. Okay, 3D world. Wonderful. Good thing my audio's on and I can hear the beeping. Would be much harder to try to do that without sound. Rhythm game that didn't really give you visual indications of... Whoa. Oh, I see. That's not an entrance pipe, that's a drop the bomb in the POW's pipe. And that whole thing's gonna blow up. Very satisfying. Okay, so here we are. We have a visual indication of the beep blocks in this section. And we will go onward. Oh, you didn't want to make it optional, I see. Okay, so this fight is actually similar to the first boss fight that I ever made in 3D World, which was a glass pipe fight where you could kind of run around and loot flowers off the Fire Brothers, rather, and play that way. But yeah, glass pipe setups with fire, I think, are always quite nice, even though they take up tons of space. Okay, so we have POWs here that we want to activate somehow, probably by throwing another POW in proximity. Or, whoops, didn't want to go back down. It looks like a whole lot will blow up in a chain there. Oh. Oh, no, we dropped in a warp block. Okay. So that's just showing us a clue of some sort. That it is all about POW timing. So, let's make a checkpoint. Now, I assume that the blue beep block here suggests to me that we will eventually want to go up that pipe ourselves. I lost the fire flower. Let's head down here and grab that POW. Nuke that guy, grab the key. Whoa, that's not good timing. Luckily, no collisions in the pipe. What? That's gonna be unfortunate. But that's okay. We got it. And in. And through. We totally could have got a bomb in the face there. That was a dangerous idea to go for that coin. Okay, we wait for this to blow up, and that should give us the flag. Whoops. Okay, so thank you for that set, Edwin. Hope you enjoy the layout revisions to your world. Okay, as I said, for anybody who joined us late, we did originally see the end of this world, the last level of this world earlier in the stream, so we will quit playing here, and the layout will need to be fixed anyway. So, thank you for all these submissions today, Edwin. I guess that is all you have on your profile, but you're quite welcome to stay and watch some other makers and hang out and chat. So, yeah, spoilers, I know. But H91 T0, yeah, MLF. You're on a roll. Okay, so this came up yesterday. Well, just a few hours ago, really. This is Snow Throwing Spike Hurdling Mayhem. 45 seconds, 1 clear out of 68 from 1 player who's tried it. I think that looks reasonable. Let's do it. Okay, so TNF. The current theory that people have been discussing with me is that that's the number of people who have saved at that location in your world and therefore have played up to that point. So you'll notice that the numbers tend to spike when they get to the end of the world or to castles or to natural save points. We want snowballs. Okay, so let's ride this guy. And we want to ride a snowball, really? Oh, and we need to throw it the other way. Okay. Let's just scout. Okay. I assume we throw the snowball forward instead and we ride it and then there's some jumping, right? Or boost ahead a bit more. And there will be another kind of hiccup. Well, I don't know. We'll have to solve this. So yeah, TNF 96, we played a bunch of worlds the other night, including a world that was already like 32 levels in 8 worlds, and what we found was that when we got to World 8 in that game, that people who were near the end of the game, obviously they wanted to finish, right? They were getting past 29 or 30 levels already. Of course they would just stay there and do all 32, and so you could see that reflected in the clear numbers. The Ninja numbers, rather, that, you know, you'd have maybe 4 or 5 people who stopped at 8-1 or 8-2, and about well over 100 people who... Wait, I can just pick up snow out of ground, right? Yeah. Okay. Well over 100 people who would be at the World 8 castle. And, okay, so you can pick up snow out of ground, but not from hard blocks. That's very important to know. I think that's true, anyway. Yeah. One thing that we're not really using so far is the crouch jump move. That's in SMD2. That's probably something we needed. Ninjaner, we are indeed open. You are welcome to submit. Whoops. Yeah, I just have my exclamation Q command set up to be a command manual of sorts, so as people, you know, they don't all run Warp World as their bot, and sometimes the commands differ a little bit, so I might as well save my breath and make that clear. Whoops. Okay, we're slow. Ninjax, I'm doing fine. We just clear-checked my newest level at the beginning of the stream. It's actually my newest, and actually my first upload in quite a long time, so whoops. That up. And so that's very exciting because I got to walk people through that and explain that at the beginning of the stream. That was not the solution. I think we actually did need the high jump. And so yeah, I believe I put the level code in the stream title for anybody who wants to grab that. I don't know if First Clear is still available at this rate, but there's probably quite a lot that can be done with clear time. I was pretty slow myself in doing the clear check. So, Kool-Aid, welcome. Glad to see you. And so yeah, it's going to be viewer levels the rest of the night. This is only my second viewer level stream after the patch. I've done a bunch of levels from people I know on, you know, forums and Discord and so on. No, I think a normal jump can clear that. I just have a bad jump arc. Let's try to jump here. Maybe not. So I want to land on the snowball, right? Harder levels are fine, Kool-Aid, depending on your definition of hard. Like, I'm always willing to look at anything. It's just that it's not much fun for the audience if I'm, like, failing on the first shell jump on the first screen for 10 minutes straight, right? And so, like, sometimes if I run into something like that, I will kind of keep it short and say, okay, I probably can't do this. But I do like looking at hard levels even if I can't finish them, because sometimes they have some interesting ideas that I like to see anyway. And if I have to give up on them, that's fine. Okay, no, I don't think I can clear it with that jump. I'm missing something here, and I think it requires the use of 2 snowballs. I need the first snowball, and I need a second snowball at the pokey. And I need to probably kick one snowball while I'm holding the other one, and use both to make that jump. That's what I think. I don't know if that's actually the solution, but... Okay. So let's ride this guy, why don't we? I don't think I can soft drop in SMB1 style. No, I can't. And the high jump isn't going to give me enough distance, so I think I actually do need to use both snowballs somehow. Sneak in, welcome. Sneak in, I cannot believe you are awake enough to drop by other people's stream, let alone my own. For context, the other folks here, Sneak in has been streaming an absolutely insane amount this week. I don't think I've seen him offline in terms of when I logged into Twitch. Oh wow, thank you for the raid. You guys get to see me wipe on this level where I've made absolutely no progress. Thank you, West Second Gaming. Satan has arrived. Thank you for the raid, guys. That's the biggest influx I've received in a while, and you guys get to see me like really struggle with this because I'm on the first screen here. This is not that hard. By clear percentage, this is only about 1%. But I'm still familiarizing myself with SMB2, and so I'm still trying to figure out what kind of snowball trick I need in order to get through the second obstacle here, after this initial bit was just purely jump accuracy. So I've got access to 2 snowballs. Art blocks over here, so we don't have access to the ground. We got this snowball and one that we can access from the pokey, and we need to clear this massive jump here. And I have not figured out how without taking damage. And we know from scouting ahead that we don't get a refresh on the SMB2 mushroom. Okay, so Steve Nick, who is the creator, says the tech is fun, but takes a bit to learn the muscle memory. So it's some kind of like snowball throw and jump, right? Where, yes, if I stand on that pokey, throw this snowball here, and get some kind of height off of it, and I can clear that. Whoops, I totally busted that. Bad idea. Thank you for the follows. So for those of you new and coming in, the stream, West Second Gaming, to answer your question, is going very well. We started this with a clear check on my first upload in several months, which I was very excited about because it was a Goomba hat level. I was using some Goomba hat tech that I hadn't seen yet. And so I think I posted a level code in the title for anybody who wants to try that out. It is brand new. It just came out an hour ago, literally, like on the stream before I started playing viewer levels. And now I'm discovering just how much more I still have to learn about this patch. So thank you once again for the raid, West Second Gaming. Okay, so we still haven't figured this out, but I think it is something to do with standing on a pokey, throwing the snowball here, getting a little bit of height, because I think we actually just need a... we need to land in this area, though, with a second snowball. Yeah, I mean, part of the issue is that, like, because I have been either streaming some, you know, friends levels and Discord and community levels over the weekend and working on my own, I haven't been watching sort of expert Mario Maker from people who actually know what they're doing, so I don't know what the SMB2 Kaizo tech is. So I don't know if it's kind of like a knowledge thing that I'm missing here. Electro Dude, hey, I recognize you as well from the Discord that we're both part of. I think I actually had some of your levels listed as something that I was going to get to. Very glad to see you here. And in fact, you can just put something in queue if needed. Okay. I've got to increase the cap on my queue. I usually keep it fairly low so I have a realistic chance of finishing. Let me just make one more attempt at this thing first. Okay, so I know I need to ride a lower snowball, right? Oh, no, I know. If I throw here, I jump off of this, and I should be able to land on the same one. The only tech required is throwing snowballs and jumping on them. Okay, great. Okay, so we're massively late on that, but I think we actually might have enough speed to do something like that. And then what's up here? Okay, that's one long snowball ride. Okay. Yeah, have a good night, fluffy guy. Hope you had a good stream before this one. Had a good viewer session rather before this one. So, okay, losing the suit again. Yeah, we may pass on this one simply because we don't know what the tech is. I mean, you know, if Steve Nick, you can explain to us whether it's just an execution issue or if we just haven't figured out what we're supposed to do with the snowball off the higher platform, that would probably be useful. But I think with this huge influx of people in the queue all of a sudden, I may have to move on from this one fairly quickly. So, yeah. We'll take a look at it for one more attempt, and if it's not clear to me, I will skip it. So. Because I feel like I haven't... Alright, we'll skip. Yeah, I just haven't learned what we're supposed to do here yet. So, I think that's something that'll just come from more SMB2 experience, but yeah, we suddenly have a massive influx, and so, like, we want to get some new tech that I can actually handle, and which will hopefully be a little more rewarding to spectators, so we hang our heads in shame. Thank you, Steve Nick. I know you said that you had another submission that was you said one easy, one hard, and then I didn't know what you meant by hard, and it turns out, like, not understanding SMB2 tech is hard. Give me a moment, folks. I'm going to raise the cap on my max submissions, because I usually just don't get this many. Oh no, it's already at 20. Okay, that's probably reasonable for now. Usually the way I run my stream, for those of you new here, is that I try to guarantee that everybody in queue does get played before I log off, assuming they stay online, and usually I get just the right amount of viewers for that policy to be realistic. But that also means that that's the reason I keep a fairly low cap on my max submissions. So, C. Kaglar, let's take a look at 4-Castle, Ludwig's own fortress. Ludwig's castle is filled with skeletons. I'm going to take Ludwig down, so let's do that. Very well liked so far, about 3% clear rate with a 4-minute 30 record, so we are going to settle in for a pretty meaty adventure. Okay. I know this guy's probably just here for decoration, but we're going to stomp him anyway for style points. Yeah, Steve Nick, no worries about that. But, I mean, that is very much an example of a kind of level where I unfortunately can't spend too long, where, like, if I'm stuck on the first screen and I just haven't sort of made a meaningful amount of progress, then it's probably not too much fun for people to watch me repeat it, that's all. I don't mind hard levels, for those of you wondering about submitting, but I tend to work best with hard levels where there is kind of a bit of an aha moment that allows you to progress. Like, it could be a puzzle, but it could also be, you know, solving a very reliable technique. We totally flubbed that mushroom. And we will kind of move on and get in there. And sorry to those who may have said something in chat that I missed also. I should actually catch up on that, but I was very distracted by that massive raid earlier. And so if I didn't get to properly say hello to you or answer your question, I will try to double back in a bit and just check that. Or you can just ask me twice. That also works. I'm very happy to see that there's this resurgent interest in Mario Maker again. If this is indeed the final major update, it's really potentially the last time in a while we'll have a reason for this kind of party. So I appreciate everybody kind of making the best of it and making new levels with new ideas. Whoops. That headroom is totally killing me. Should have just done a lower bounce on that guy to begin with. Okay. There we go. P-switch. And then back over. Whoop. Flinched a bit at the cannonball. Mr. Electro Dude. Let's see, how far back are you? Let me just see. Mr. Electro Dude, when you come up, you can just ask me to play something else. It's like, you don't need to formally replace the code. If you're here, and you have to be here for me to play, you can just tell me to play something different, and I think that's usually the best way to handle it. Okay, so let's get back here. Yeah, and for those of you new here who are wondering, I do not set a strict time limit per level because I see quite a variety of genres and styles, and then sometimes things can be very engaging for a long time, and I kind of balance those against the size of the queue and the occasional short levels that we get. I would say that in terms of wondering about wait time, historically, average wait time has usually been about 20 minutes a level. But that's because we play a mix of, you know, hard and easy and straightforward and trollish, and that's usually how well we can do. Now, this door looks like it's probably a reset door from further up, but I want to check it anyway. Oh, no, I guess not. So what's going on here? We have an off switch that's going to fire something from the pipe, and... Oh, I see. Okay. It's probably going to move a conveyor belt. And so we bounce around on the dry bones and alternate switches. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, didn't expect that. Okay. Let's do this again. Well, Sneak End, this is a 4-minute and 30 record clear, and so I think this might just be a long level where we're not at checkpoint 1 simply because every segment is huge. I'm guessing that's what's probably happening, unless I just didn't look for the checkpoint past that door I entered moments ago. Oops. Alright, let's boost our way up. And... okay, let's actually make use of the P-switch timer, even though we know time pressure is not really too much of an issue here. And let's check what's going on to the left, in fact. Just because we didn't check. Okay, so we have a key door there, we have 2 coins. I think this is just an alternate path. So let's just do it and see what happens. Okay. 5 coins, we see all 5. Okay. Not hard, I don't think. Could just be an alternate path. Well, I obviously haven't seen what lies beyond this door. Okay, let's get up here. Click our way in. Oh, just a bonus room, okay. Well, there's checkpoint 1 for you. And... okay. Not asking me to do any mid-air fishbone jumps. You know what? Let's grab some coins here. Actually, the platforming itself is pretty easygoing, to be honest. The thing that killed me in the bonus room was that the bomb set off a switch that got the belt to double back, and I just didn't expect that. But then I probably wasn't watching the various switch setups there very carefully. Like, this room is very readable. Pretty clear what the timings are going to be, and where I should be bouncing. Okay. Nice. Very nice. And let's go on. And that's CP2 right there. Okay, so Ludwig, how susceptible are you to the power of fire? Oh, I see, okay. Gonna get his minions out here to give me some safe harbor. Kinda nice, actually. It's you got a bit of constant motion here, but it's very controllable. And I actually appreciate being able to bounce over those projectiles anyway. I should start jumping on him instead of trying to win with the flower. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. So I don't want to jump on him. I do want to nuke him entirely. Because sending him into the spinning pattern is death. So, I have to do this entirely by fire, but then that raises the question of what I do if I lose the flower. Oh no, more bones pop up, so I just need to not let him nuke everything. It's okay if he takes out a few, as long as I hang out on the other side. There we go. There we go. Okay, nice idea. Nice idea. I couldn't see initially that that's what was going on with the bones spawning. So here's phase 2. Ludwig has decided to reclass to a mage. Well, I mean, he was already a mage. He was already firing stuff at us, but now he's a mage specialist. It looks like it was entirely timer-based in terms of sending the fire flower over. So we'll just wait out the timer, and then we'll get the key, but we'll also have to deal with his sudden weight gain. And we're just going to get in here, but lose to power fire. Okay. Now, we're pretty familiar with this kind of platforming now. We just needed to wait for that timer switch. Whoa, okay. I see. Just get a low bounce here while Ludwig is safely off screen. Now, is that going to be within range? I kind of flinched for a moment. Trying to mentally calculate during that whole sequence whether the dry bones platforms up top would have been within the range of the big bomb. Seems not. Hey. Yeah, I actually don't mind the checkpoint placement at all in terms of putting you before the whole multi-phase fight. I think that once you figure out what this fight is all about, the execution is not too bad. It's just being able to read the room. Yeah, good night, Steve Nick. Hope I get to see your other submission some other time and have hopefully a much more successful time with it. Yeah, this has been a cool multi-phase fight so far. Like, it kind of builds up your anticipation for the flower to drop down and triggers the next phase after that, so we'll keep the flower. In case any fish bones should drop on our head again. Yeah, let's wait for that timing on fish bones and move through. And hits. Now, what's the disincentive to just staying up here? The bomb. Oh, I see, okay. So we want to open up the key. Oh, I see, okay. We need to hit the switch once, and the bomb sets a timer. The timer allows us to hit Ludwig down below. And we need to not high bounce into that. Okay, so the bomb sets a timer for when Ludwig is going to be vulnerable with the blue switches open, and that's how the entire fight works. I mean, I guess this level must be using all possible Koopaling entities on Ludwig alone, so we can expect multiple phases. That's probably not the last. I mean, I'm not expecting 14 phases by any means, but for the limit of 7 each per subworld. Yeah. Sorry, I am a little bit behind in chat. I will kind of address some of that when I've had a moment to peel my eyes away from this level. And okay, drop that. And we are through. Okay. Now, yeah, this is symmetrical. We could come up on the left side, in fact. I just kind of found it easier to lead the projectiles there first. Okay, dodge the fish bones. Oh, we should have seen that coming, actually. Oh, that's too bad. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Okay, that was a bad idea. We should have bounced off of him and immediately back to the dry bones. I think that was actually clear. I just had a bit of a brain fart there. But that's sort of what happens when I do something successfully for the first time, is there's always this moment of surprise that I actually got it. I'm always underprepared for whatever comes next. So, thank you for the submission, William. And yeah, Sneakan, I think Expert is exactly on the ball for this. It's very standard kind of Mario technique, but there's a lot to it, and that's about reading the room and being able to do that quickly. And of course, there's, you know, that sense of very frequent motion. But fundamentally, like, the actual platforming still feels like it's traditional technique, right? And so, exactly in that pocket of hard levels for traditional players, with some very interesting boss tech. So, very much appreciated. Oops. Okay, that's one hit. That was a very unnecessary high bounce. Let's not get smoked by the fish. That fish has already been smoked. Yeah, and actually, as that is the last phase, I think it works quite well as the last phase from what you're saying. I mean, there is a very steady escalation to this that is still dependent on, you know, bouncing off the bones the whole time. It's, like, it's not just a bunch of scattered Ludwig fights, like, they do have that consistent dry bones theme to them, which, I mean, you know, I know you put it in the level description and title, and it should be pretty obvious from the platforming itself, but I do think, like, you can really get a sense that the platforming and every phase of the boss belongs to the same level, and that they weren't just kind of grafted into each other. Okay, let's do this the fast way this time. Whoops. Oh. Oh, I see what's going on there in terms of the one-way panels trapping you there if you do indeed fail to bounce. I actually didn't notice that it was the one-way panels doing that. First time that I lost there, I was thinking about that more in terms of damage. Okay. I'm not too concerned about taking that hit there because we know that we get a Fire Flower refresh after phase 2. I don't mind power-up dispensers if you kind of have to work your way back to get them. I think they work quite well, actually, if it's one of those things where, you know, like, you need to do something active to kind of get yourself back into a stable position in a fight. The issue with the sort of stereotypical, you know, boss spam power-up dispenser, I find, is that it's just this sort of lazy thing that sits on top of you, right? But when you actually have to work for it, it's perfectly fine. Okay. Let's do this elegantly and quickly. Drop the fish bone, dodge the fish bone, and yeah, I think we understand it. So, whoops. Glad to have a bit of a safety platform underneath. Okay. Let's not die here. Let's be careful. I choose the frog. And yeah, we're not getting a speed record, so I'm gonna bounce around with the frog because that's new content. Yeah, so we hadn't seen enough of the Koopaling already. So, yeah, fantastic submission. Thank you very much for that. Glad you are evidently really enjoying the patch. And And I see that this is meant to be a 4-dash castle in an eventual world you are putting together. I didn't see the world stamp on your name yet, so I assume that things are still in progress, but I will have to keep you in mind for you fill out a few more of those bosses. Because I guess you are saving a Koopaling for each castle, by the looks of it. So, in the meantime, very happy to take individual submissions. TNF, thank you for sticking around. We will look at yours. It will be LB2, FP8, E5G. Now, let me know, submitters, if anybody is having a problem with being blocked by Warp World or having a submission fail to go through. The other day that I ran viewer levels, it seemed like there was a bit of a new bug where Warp World was kind of refusing maker codes. They seem to be working now, but I'm not 100% certain. So if you are trying to submit a maker code and it's telling you it's invalid or something, let me know and I'll deactivate the check. Ninjax, you are next after this one, as you can see from the list command. So you will be in a position immediately after TNF's level. TNF, if you can hang on for just a moment, let me just catch up and chat a bit. Like, I've been overwhelmed with chat since the raid came in earlier. So I have to make sure I didn't miss anything too critical. Thank you once again to all of you coming by, and especially to West Second Gaming for bringing your whole crew. And thank you as well to all the submitters. And I'm glad that not too many of you abandoned me after the sort of snowball fiasco that we were going through when you all came in. That was definitely not the most fashionable time to be all put our pants down. Okay, I think I'm caught up on everything except TNF asked me earlier for my favorite enemy, and well, we're playing your level, so maybe we'll consider that question. And there was a bit of a discussion about Pokies, which I don't have strong opinions on, except that they surprised me with the differences in their physics in original Super Mario World when I went back to that not too long ago. And yeah, I don't know if Warp World has fixed that bug, but I don't seem to have encountered it so far in the validator. So let's look at Arctic Auroras. Cold winter's night is a great time to go exploring. Maybe find some gold. Yeah. I'm sure you've been scolded on the spelling of auroras already, which begins A-U-R, like orator, you know, but I'm not here to scold you on your spelling. I'm here to see your level, so let's do that. Gamer Girl Bathwater, thank you for adding your Gamer Girl Bathwater. I'm sure it feels amazing. Okay, let's drop the icicle. And let's... Goombas. And what do we got here? Check every pipe, of course. You can see decoratively that the pipe was going through the floor, and from a traditional maker, or a sufficiently traditional maker, we know what that means. I appreciate that you decorated your pipe corner there. I do believe in pointing that sort of thing out to encourage good behavior. Okay. Let's sail on ahead. Okay. What's here? Nothing. Follow the coin trail. Follow the coin trail. Oh yeah, there is a clear condition. I somehow totally failed to notice. So let's go up. I like that you have a little bit of a beginner's reset location that isn't all about dropping into pits. So yeah, pretty simple and straightforward, but people with endless, normal, or easy who are looking at high clear percentage content need nice playable things with pipe segments that are properly connected, so thank you for Arctic Auroras. Okay, Ninjax. Okay, Collapsing Crystal Cave Conundrum. I'm going to assume that you hit the 32 character limit. I feel like if I'm going to scold one person for their spelling, I have to scold everybody now, and so like I'm not singling anyone out, but I'm sure the character limit is to blame for the collapse of the word collapsing. So let's see a 20-second speed run where we ourselves will hopefully not collapse. Can you escape before it's too late? Well, we have a record that is just under 20 seconds, so we know that the tuning is going to be rather precise. Okay, I see. It's going to be rather precise because the ice blocks are going to do all the enforcement. So... and that's a bit of wall bounce. Okay. I see. The little jump up front there in that segment did us in. We should not have done that. And we were already over the halfway mark, so I was wondering about that like low clear rate and wondering, okay, what could people possibly be having that much trouble with? They didn't think I'd seen that yet. But maybe it's a timer issue, maybe it's things like that, punishing you for exercising your freedom jump. Oh, I see, you gotta build momentum there, okay. Gotta run forward and hit an awe. Okay, so let's do this again. And bounce our way around. Thank you for the follow, West Second Gaming, and thank you for bringing me so many new faces tonight. Once again, you have a good rest. There's lots more Mario ahead to play. Okay. That's a very embarrassing reminder that I had actually not set up a shout-out command or anything in my bot to tell you all, having come in from West Second Gaming stream to follow West Second Gaming. I'll have to check him out myself. And that is to clear. Okay, thank you for that. We were slightly off the record. Nintanner. Okay, Nintanner, I see you indicated in chat, but you might want to signal your presence just in case. And Ninjax, I just put like on it. Yeah, I liked it. It's fine. I mean, it was really just one stumbling block on the player's side for me. Was just sort of clicking into the fact that, you know, I just had to build momentum off the springs there and not jump when not told to jump. But like, that's what happens when you get back into the mode of playing 20-second speedruns after not having looked at them in a while. So yeah, nice little fairly harmless illusion of threat from all the falling ice blocks too. Nintendoer, yeah, thank you for signaling your presence. I will punch in your code. It is 7MD97HBFF. Yeah, Ninjax, you have a good night. Okay, non-suspicious music. Lots of plays on this music level, which is purportedly short and sweet and has a sub 1 minute world record. Just looking over to make sure that sound is working, because until recently, sound on my stream had a way of bugging out in the middle of certain levels, and it was a huge pain in the neck for everybody, but it seems like game sounds are operational in time to experience a music level that apparently has no cause for suspicion and nothing to hear. So let's give Cardboard a listen. I gotta turn up my volume locally, too. Okay. And what's the auto scroll going to tell us now? Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Hey. Bum bum bum. And okay. Scroll stop is going to break, and then something is going to happen. Scroll stop is going to break, and something's going to... Okay, so that is a... I see the top of the flagpole on the other side of that, by the way. And yes, I'm trying to dance to the beat. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Sorry, I was too distracted by rocking out. I forgot to actually look at what the level is telling me. Oh, I see. Okay, so I hit a checkpoint somewhere in there, and that's going to... Yeah. I always see these and wonder what the clear check path was. Because that's clearly not the clear check path, given that it was kind of a required death. Very suspicious 57-second time, too. I didn't think I lost that much time from just hanging around and jamming. So... I broke it. So Nintendo, should I run that once more, or what is this? Did I actually break it, or is that just a prank of some sort? I can never tell. Well, anyway, I'll mark that as a win, and barring further instruction, I will move on. You missed only the last 5 seconds, okay. Oh, you mean like I wasn't supposed to fall down to the flag or something? Or wasn't supposed to die, I guess, if I scrolled a little too far to the left there. I see, so I'm supposed to just stand still, okay. You know what, it's a minute. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. I hope you folks don't mind. I feel like we want to see those 5 seconds. And this time we will stand still. Because apparently, in a Mario game, one is no longer supposed to jump, as we found out in the previous level, when we jumped in that 20-second speed run and broke everything. Yeah, who doesn't love more coffin dance? We'll do it. We'll do it. And this time we'll just stand still and not jam out. I'm going to face it back and forth to the beat instead. And hope that doesn't break any, like, boo setups or something. This is how Mario dances when he's practicing safe social distancing. Okay. Ah, okay, so that's the kill. Yeah. And that's the flag, right? Okay. Yeah, we had to see the fish. Tutti Frutti. Thank you for staying. Look at you next. I do see you in chat, so... Yeah, that was totally non-suspicious. You can totally see also where the slightly sub 50% clear rate is coming from. That's almost accurate. you know, you have to account for people who kind of deliberately time out. But 16k. EK0. YHG. Squirrel elevator. Use the squirrel elevator to get to high places. Okay. So, let's see a squirrel level. Do love the cover image, by the way. Now, I've played enough levels with this particular idea already that I should hopefully not make too much of an embarrassment out of this. There was, of course, the Kjavik level that I'm sure a bunch of you have already seen. Okay, come on, let's slip in here. No, I flubbed this. And some other ones I've been sent as well that use this mechanic. And of course, this mechanic I think has a ton of potential, which is why it's not surprising to see a lot of different platforming layouts with it already. So, point of trivia about the Kjavik level, because this is, I guess, my brush with Mario Maker celebrity, is I suggested part of the title of that level. I was one who suggested that he call it Nuts and Belts, and he actually kept that, which is very gracious of him. That's like the one Mario Maker thing I can take credit for, because I'm not very prolific when it comes to actually uploading my stuff. Of course, I said earlier I did finally upload something for the first time in several months at the beginning of the stream tonight. So I do appreciate any plays on that. I'm sure that just saying this so publicly will expose all the bugs I left in it and didn't fix. But yeah, I died a lot on a particular segment of that level as well. It's but you see, here's the thing, right? Is that like, when I'm playing Mario, I have such a habit of doing mid-air adjustments all the time and pulling back on my jumps. And with the squirrel, if you're going to do that, and you're going to boost and use the move that I think is officially called Ascend, that does not exactly do wonders for you. I'm just going to go back to see how far back I have to go to get a squirrel suit. I don't think I can. Okay, I just have to die. Because, yeah, the whoosh. Because I keep whooshing in the wrong direction, you know. The whoosh. Yeah, I was too low that time to... Okay. I was trying to recover that somehow. Yeah. But yeah, for some reason, you know, when I use the squirrel suit, I actually have all kinds of trouble remembering to hold against the wall for the wall jump. It's a really bad habit of mine, because, like, I think when you're sliding against the wall, it's much easier to just kind of remember that you're supposed to push against it, but then when you're clinging like that, I start getting into Metroid mode for some reason and pointing away from the wall. No more squirrel for us, so we'll die. And it's funny because, like, for years I've been saying that, you know, people talk every now and then about things like Super Metroid getting mastered or whatever, and in some sense, Super Metroid is already kind of perfect, right? It's kind of perfect except for one thing, which is that it bet on the wrong side of history when it came to pointing in a certain direction for the wall jump. And they actually reversed it to the sort of modern wall jump in Samus Returns, if any of you play that on 3DS. And so here I am, sort of complaining about the Metroid wall jump being in the opposite direction, and then now I'm playing with a squirrel suit, and I'm doing that, and trying to do that all the time, and I'm missing every wall jump because of it, and so it serves me right for ever doubting Super Metroid in the first place. Okay, I'm hitting that one spike up in the top right, probably because I'm reacting a little too late to it showing up on camera. I think its camera positioning is maybe a little bit weird relative to when I scroll up. Look at that, I've got to learn how to do this without getting hit, actually. Yeah, you do fall deceptively low. That's very true. Okay, so let's follow... I tried to follow the coin trail that time, that did not go well. Oh, should have pulled back on the whoosh. That's okay, we can land, and we can try this segment again after landing. So, okay, let's actually remember to push against the... Well, no. That's a death. Okay. So yeah, it's been a mix of all of those mistakes so far. Sure, let's just damage boost. Wall jumps... Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in Super Metroid that's technically not required because so much of the game is just flat-out skippable, but I think if you fall into the pit that teaches you to wall jump, you do have to wall jump to get out of it. But, or, well, maybe you can bomb jump or something, but my Super Metroid technique is very poor, and I don't really know the finer points of which Metroid game is which when it comes to the different kinds of bomb jump that you can do. I am not a speedrunner in really any game. I just have a lot of friends who are, and they tell me about this tech stuff. And I kind of nod and say, uh-huh, I think I get it. Okay, checkpoint, there we go. Let's whoosh. No, we actually lost a whoosh already. Let's remember to push the wall jump in the right direction once again, as we were saying. No, that's a loss, but let's grab one of our acorns coming out through the pipe, which are thankfully unlimited. Whoops. Actually had no idea what the ground pound did there, or where we are supposed to fetch a key, so whoops. No. Again, I think part of this here is just the vertical sight line. I guess we're a bit high on the camera in general, but we don't have that much control over it when we are sliding up the belt, so I think we just have to kind of try to stay low on the screen until we can see things like that. Okay, there we go. Wendy. Has anyone found out if Wendy's, like as in the fast food restaurant, has made a Wendy level yet? It seems like an obvious thing for their social media manager to do, and don't know if they've actually gotten around to doing it. Nice, nice, I like that. It's, I mean, we're probably taking a lot of damage just because we know the acorns are infinite, but we got her off the track, and I assume that we'll probably need 2 keys, like one for this door and one for the one after, so it's not just a 50% draw. Oh, I see. Okay, so we'll hit the other POW. And we had a bit of a noisy fight, just from all the sounds that are going on, but I think I've got the hang of it. Okay, there we go. You know what? We need to hit the switch so we can hit the other POW. Yep. Okay. And yeah, we can just smack her anyway. And we can have terrible aim. There we go. Oh no, that's the key. Okay. So Wendy was just a distraction. Yeah, Mr. Electro Dude, it's funny that you say that about vertical scrolling, because the fresh upload I just made today was a level with vertical scroll, and honestly the hardest part of that level to tune, and I still don't know if it is reasonable, was an auto-scrolling segment. And there we are. But yeah, I think that it's mainly just from the maker's perspective, the lack of control that we have over where the camera boundary is going to go when you're at a certain height, and that gets very finicky. Thank you for the squirrel elevator, Tutti Frutti. Okay, Rammers, are you still here? Which seems to believe that you are here. I'll just give you a moment to confirm. Hey, Rammers. 77. ER1. F3 and G. Frog hop in a desert for oasis. Frog out of water needs to find the oasis in desert. Max min jumps only. Okay, that's good starting advice. So let's try to master the frog. I admit that since we are so early into 3.0 that I haven't really played too much with the ins and outs of Frog Suit yet, but I see. Minimum jumps. Okay, whoops. No, it should be just bounce, 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 but I just hit the one-way panel, and that was terrible. Okay, min jump only, yeah. No, that's a max jump. And that was very obviously a max jump, followed by a shell pickup and a throw into the sea. No. Actually, I should just go forward. I don't need to jump out of that because the one-way panel enforces that you don't jump out of it. Build up momentum. And then, oh yeah, that's pretty satisfying. Glad we got that in one try. And look at that, checkpoint 1. Wonderful. I think it speaks very well of the tuning of that setup that we were able to do that. Oh, we were supposed to jump on a Lemmy ball there, aren't we? Or could we, in fact, get enough height with the frog? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay. No, we just need to fall into that. Go forward as before. I think we were probably just outpacing the ball then. Unless, the max and min jumps only, right? So, let's see if we can read this. Yeah, the ball comes out and bounces us. We were just a little bit ahead of it in that time. Okay, so you can do max jumps out of water. Okay, I haven't played with this stuff yet. I played a number of Lemmy levels already, but not frog levels, really. Like, I played frog levels that were just revisions of other levels that were not originally designed around the frogs, so in terms of frog-specific technique, still gotta read what the jump heights are supposed to be. I think that's probably just supposed to be a max jump then, because I need to go over the spike, or rather the grinder anyway. So let's fall into that. Whoops, no. We needed a high bounce off of that, and we totally missed. Okay. No, we don't want to jump into it. That's what the one-way panel tells us not to do. I'm hoping we can just kind of figure a whole bunch of this stuff all at once like we did prior to CP1. No, that's a higher bounce. And, well, we'll need the frog in order to make it up to hitting that shell up top. Okay, I did not previously see the spiny shell above the question block, and that's probably the issue when I had the frog suit. I actually just didn't see that come on screen, even though there was a massive and obvious coin trail telling me to point that way. So, we know what we are doing wrong, and we'll just have to fix it. Redox, welcome. And sure you've been really enjoying the 3D World toys so far. Okay. Max jump there didn't seem to quite get us over to Mole. Maybe I did let up early. And Redox, thank you for the submission. Okay, no, we totally can make that. We were just a little too far to the left when falling into the mole from the question block, so we had a bad takeoff point there, but I think okay, yeah, and we're a little too far to the left again in general. But then that's going to be a series of short bounces that just use the forward momentum we have. Whoops. So, Redox, thank you for Koopa hunting season. Okay, that's a massive miss. Yeah, the question block is where our problems begin. We are just landing in a bad position out of that. And that's an offset that is rippling to everything else that comes afterwards. Of course, we have to make it to the question block to begin with. Well, good morning. And let's... okay, I keep bumping my head on that. That's, partly a timing issue. I'm landing on the third ball a little too far to the left and too early, so... I'll have to just be a little more trusting about the advice to do max jumps and min jumps only. Yeah, it's a little too far to the left. Those all look like max jumps to me, given the timing. So, we'll see. Something seems to be... nope, that's a total miss. Okay. Okay. That's a thing that we will have to fix, but I think we see how it's going to go from here, from looking ahead at the mole segment that comes after the Buzzy Shell. Okay, land a little better this time. Okay, where's the throw? Okay. Were we supposed to ride that? I guess we were supposed to ride that, I just landed badly. As the... Well, let's take a hit so we can just scout ahead. Or... Oh, no, this is like a... I actually don't know what the collision box is on the... running on the surface of the water, if that's what it is. I thought it was some kind of interaction with Shell, but it's sort of running out of the conveyor belt with a full P meter. That would be different. Trust Froggy. Okay, I'll trust Froggy. Yeah. Because I haven't played enough with the water surface dash to know what the hitboxes are. And that will be a death, but, you know, it'll be the same kind of death effect. Okay, no, we actually need to carry the shell as the frog. We should not have let go of it. We needed to carry the shell. And I think that's probably what we need to do. Carry the shell, skim, and wait for an eventual throw. Too far left. Too far left. So far left on that jump, we're becoming unelectable. Okay, let's drop. And, bounce. Bounce. Bounce! Nope, too far left. Okay. Alright, let's do this again. Okay. Just need to get back to where we were. And then we'll see what shenanigans await us further ahead. Whoops, totally got bumped by that. Lemmy is so much fun, though. The balls add so much to the game. I think some of the most fun I've had in general in the patch so far has been with Lemmy levels. Pretty consistently, in fact. Alright. Let's dash. Oh, no. We should have trusted the frog and not reacted to the indicator so early. Feel like we were actually fairly close to something there. Let's... Okay. Be jump. Jump, released. Whoops. I see, okay. So that's going to release the upper shell. Yeah, we needed to bounce on a lower shell, it would do a shell grab on the upper shell, and then take us into the next segment. I think it was late on the on-off switch that did that to us, but that tends to be the thing that kills me a lot with shell jumps, is not always reading the animation correctly to know which direction I should be adjusting it. And I know that's very much a, you know, skill set of just working with shell throw tech. But this takes practice. I think it looks like a shell jump, because there's an additional shell that falls on you from above, and that looks like it's positioned for a grab. So I can't imagine it being much else. I think it would have to be in order to have enough height to clear the muncher, right? But I may be wrong. No, we don't want to start over. We had a very usable checkpoint earlier. Some advice on a shell jump after mole. A jump, hang left to straighten your jump. Okay, yeah. Alright. We'll try that. If we can remember. Thank you for the advice. Funny because we're hanging too far left, like everywhere. Nope, too far left. It is the fall from the question block, as I said before, that's kind of starting all that trouble for us, and that should be an easier adjustment to make than I am making it. It's something that I feel like can be fixed like that. And everything feels quite nice when you do it that way. Okay, so let's take a look at the shell segment properly. Oh, I see. I needed to hang left a little bit because I was kind of coasting a little too tight towards that column. And so it was a late release and I was too far to the right. Yeah. I see that. Okay. Okay. Too far left. Nope, we had something that was slightly more than a minimum jump on one of the early moles, and that kind of messed everything up. So have to let up completely. Okay, there we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was highly unnecessary. Yeah. The interaction between the frog and the lemming balls is quite nice to us. And okay, let's try to... oh, I need to hang left and fall into it. Okay, yeah. Hang left, or... Okay, yeah. I'm just sort of evaluating what I'm doing wrong with that jump in light of the advice you were giving me earlier. Often I find that the mistake I'm making with things like that is just not trusting the indicators enough. But a little hard for me to tell because I'm still kind of getting used to the frog physics in terms of what kind of height I can get. Pretty satisfying to execute these bounces accurately, though. Even if it is a... okay. Or, yeah, too far long. Hang back. Saw that death coming from a mile away. Yep, very much so. It looks like I do need to pull back quite a bit. I'm sailing right into the muncher when I'm... I'm just getting too much horizontal momentum to land on anything there, so... pull back a lot harder than that. Forward back shot? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, don't hold forward as much. Yeah, thank you. And... okay. That was, again, a release timing issue, I think. We're at least roughly in the right vertical column to get a rebounds now, but... no, it's way too far left. Way too far left. Okay. Nope. Just going to take a dive. Have a little swim. Have a little swim and get diced. Dissected. That's what frogs are for. Okay. Let's try to do this. Almost. Almost. We needed to be a little bit higher falling into that, but that seemed to be a noticeable improvement, at least to me. I don't know if it... not really sure if it is, but we'll find out with practice. That segment is going a little better now that I'm hanging really hard to the right. Kind of a strange jump, yeah. So, Sneakin', I take it you were sent this one in your massive Mario Maker extravaganza that you've had in the past few days, and playing everybody's levels over the course of however long it was you were live. I think I probably will be able to get it. I just need to see it a couple times and really begin to visualize it. As I often say, I think the thing that sort of separates me from the super expert players and which impresses me with the super expert players is just their level of consistency terms of, you know, pushing their progression much faster just by virtue of making fewer repeated mistakes. I mean, you see, the level did promise me that everything is a min or max jump, and I think I mistakenly interpreted that to mean that everything like the dash would also be full, when it's actually much more controlled. Like, the jump height itself looks like it'll be okay. The throw position looks pretty controlled. I have no doubt that it will be very satisfying when I get it. Okay. Bounce, 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 bounce. And let's do it. Let's do it. Almost. Almost. I could tell I was releasing a bit low on the indicator there. Okay, that's gonna be wrong. Yeah, I feel like this is doable, but we just need to eat enough to learn it, and we'll probably need to do it at least twice because, as I said, I'm always very surprised the first time I actually do nail one of those. Yeah, Zycat, we are willing to do worlds. I do them to one world at a time, just out of fairness to other makers that may be queued behind you, and in order to make lives meaningful again, I do quit on Game Over, although that hasn't had to happen yet, so I certainly hope people are not just taking the live system for granted and actually tuning something reasonable at the starting bank. It scales with their provision of 1-ups and also with the difficulty of their levels. But I do play Worlds, yes. Now, of course, I instituted that before I realized I was going to get so many viewers tonight, but a commitment is a commitment. And honestly, like, I think that it's nice to have people who make sort of medium difficulty traditional levels get a bit of time in the sun as well, because I find that sometimes, from the people I've spoken to, that some of them are very discouraged that they could be waiting all day for a half-hour level after another to finish up, only to be played for like 2 minutes, right? So with Worlds, where you kind of play them as a prepackaged set, you can get a much better sense of what makers like that are all about. And I'm seeing some of that already from the Worlds that I have played. So. Whoops. You start over, you don't lose lives. Yeah, I know, you just lose the checkpoint, which is why I try to keep a self-imposed rule and say, no, I actually am going to take Game Over seriously, which is what I do with a lot of games as it is, never mind Mario Maker. Like, the last time I just replayed a standard Super Mario World, which was actually just earlier this month. Oops, totally flubbed that. Yeah, I just decided to do, like, 96 exits, no continues, which, you know, easy for somebody who actually is a speedrunner who just does it in an hour, but, I realized that I'd actually never done that before in a way that, like, it took me the longest time to realize that back when I played SMB3 originally, like, I never actually did the whole thing end-to-end warpless, and so I've taken to playing more games like that and trying to get back into that arcadey experience where, you know, you actually do have to be pretty precise, where the content might feel individually to be easy when you break it down into pieces, but where you actually do have to be not too careless. Whoops. Should pay attention to this. Yeah, I think designing around that limitation in such a way that game over feels like it has a consequence is going to be interesting. Almost, almost. I'm coming in low on that, actually. I'm not doing a full jump, and that's the problem. Is I'm hanging back directionally, but it also means I'm letting up on the jump, and because I'm not trusting it to be a full jump, I can see that I'm losing too much height. Yeah, it was very interesting to revisit Super Mario World in sort of in the context of having, by this point, played way more of the representation of Super Mario World that's in Mario Maker. Like, I'm not really a ROM hack player, but I've been encouraged to try out some of the sort of intro ones as well, like Quickie World and the like. So I was, kind of getting a handle on Super Mario World physics again, just to mentally prepare for that. And I probably won't be doing anything like that for a while, though, because like Mario Maker is suddenly so busy again. Like, I'm not temperamentally a speedrunner or a ISO player. Like, I was somebody who kind of came into Mario Maker from things like engineering games, builder games, like games where you're very much thinking about tech from a builder's perspective, and so the more technical stuff on a player's side is something that has been a learning experience. Okay, we're kind of zoning out a bit, so let's get back into this and actually do something easy like the mole bounce properly, so we can get back to where we were. No. Yeah. For those wondering, uptime on this so far has been about 20 minutes, but we're progressing enough, and that's short enough that I really do want to at least execute this jump, because I think it's doable. I just need to not waste too much time in getting there. And that's usually the whole thing that holds me back. I think even if I were to abort this one just in the interest of going through the queue, I would want to return to it. That's what I've been doing with weekend streams lately. Oh, whoa, I did not trust a Froggy. That was a bad idea. So, yeah, if you see me not clear one of your levels on stream, but I'm working on it, is something that I may return to in a more focused, unfinished business stream later. So, yeah, good. I'm glad Rammers is the kind of submitter who is willing to come back for more. I mean, I like this level. I like the setups a lot. I feel like familiarity with the frog will get me a long way, and also familiarity with that particular jump will get me a long way. So I do want to give it a few more fair attempts. Just giving you folks an update if you are in queue and wondering how much more you'll have to put up with. Put up with, rather. Oops. Yeah, consistently hanging too far left. There. It is well positioned. I definitely feel like that's my fault and not the level's fault. Because when I nail it, like, it's something that you can see as working as intended. See? All this. Working as intended. And, okay, so we're not going to make a little dumb jump there. Whoops. And that's... yeah. The problem there is definitely that I'm not doing enough of a full jump. I really do think that's the issue. falling back too low as a result. Ah, miss. Miss, miss, miss. Okay. And yeah, even if I do just start this one over, I think by this point, like, I'm sufficiently practiced with the kind of base mechanic of it that I should have no trouble whatsoever with the first section. Well, no trouble whatsoever, not whatsoever, but, you know, I should have substantially less of an issue with just reading what's going on with the frog. I mean, part of this exercise is just to get used to how the frog moves, right? And so I find that even the attempts that are total wipeouts are teaching me something valuable. Okay, so that was with a full jump, but with bad release in terms of the horizontal timing. I think I need to do a full jump that falls into that column with the indicator. And I'm beginning to visualize what the jump arc should be. It's taken me a few attempts to figure it out, but I think I know what jump arc my intention is. And yet, the lack of a full jump here meant that I was really not, what was I even saying? The lack of a full jump at that spot meant that I was really not, Christ's sake, I completely lost my train of thought. That's what success does to you, it gets to your head. Hey, these are cool setups here. Yeah, I guess I should acknowledge the fact that I actually managed to do that and get to CP2. See? Patience sometimes rewarded. I should not hold right. I need to lean against a panel and fall into the bottom there. Yeah. Okay. Trust a frog, trust a frog. And of course, that's kind of a recapitulation of the setup in the first half, and that's... no, I needed to fall in and bounce, and my timing was just totally wrong, so... Hey, we are past CP2, so I am pushing on with this. And yeah, Sneak In, you were right, that was actually very satisfying to pull off. So satisfying I lost track of what I was talking about completely. Oh no, I was talking about the fact that the thing that fixed that spot for me was thinking in terms of a full jump. And thinking, okay, if I'm doing a full jump there, where is the arc going to take me? And as soon as I did that, and thought about it that way, I felt like I had solved it. Now that's... the blue platform is where the possession of the frog is enforced. So... yeah. So trusting the design around a full jump is what I need to do. Okay, I'm actually counting the shells wrong. I keep counting to 4 for some reason. I should be counting to 3. Right. 2, 3, bounce. Bounce, miss, bounce, bounce, bounce. Frog, okay. Yeah, Rammer's keeping us in suspense like that. What's up with that? No. I didn't see the block coming, so I felt like I didn't know what I was jumping into there, but now that I've seen it, I think I can do it. So this was sub 1%, I think, and I'm pretty sure it was entirely because of that jump, unless there's something similarly tricky that lies ahead. No, we missed. Okay. And that might be the end. Almost. Remember, that is a very appropriate emote for the occasion. Let's do this again. Ow, down, and miss. Okay. That's easy to hit, though. It's just a bit of a bad falling arc for me. That's easy to fix. I do always find it very satisfying when a technical problem, in terms of passing a certain obstacle on a level, is something that I feel like I'm solving mentally like a puzzle. Where, like, I'm thinking, okay, what am I missing about this position? Rather than sort of doing it over and over to just get precision down alone. Like, feeling like I got the high jump on the first attempt as soon as I figured out what to do was probably the most satisfying part of that jump. In that it felt like something that was mentally solved by understanding how the long jump, or rather the full jump, is supposed to work there. So, always like to see that. Nope. Okay, so I wonder if that's just a matter of timing there. In that I'm not bouncing off the blue platform fast enough when I'm falling into it. Like, it's lowering before I'm reacting. That's what I think is the problem, and that's what I'm going to try to fix. Whoops. Nope. I'm glad that getting back to this jump is pretty consistent, at least. This jump here. Like, not having too much trouble with this from a setups perspective. I feel like I need to dash off of that blue platform on the left and develop some momentum, and that's the fix. Because I'm looking at a blue platform, like the falling platform, and not really using it. And it feels like dashing forward on it should solve some problems in terms of the dash meter kind of giving me a little extra bump. But yeah, in terms of, you know, solving Kaizo stuff, yeah, I guess that's how I sort of think about it as well. Is I might not be able to do this, but, you know, if I can visualize the thing that is supposed to happen, then I feel like I've gotten something valuable out of the experience. We're so close. We've got to do this. So, those of you waiting behind us in queue, hope you are understanding. But we really do want to do this. Yeah, we messed it up. We actually do need to do the little frog hop on that platform forward before we leave it. And it sinks slowly enough that it gives us time to do that, and I'm not making any use of that. It should be. That's how I'm trying to work this out anyway. Okay. What did I say? That's not what I did at all. The truth is, people would rather see you beat levels than give up most of the time. Yeah. Particularly if they're a really satisfying one to get through, like this. Oh, whoops. But yeah, I mean, you know, people who are unable to wait will just naturally drop off anyway, and that's very true. And I usually try to manage things tightly enough that people who stick around don't have to be disappointed. But then, you know, that's probably because I'm not big enough a streamer yet that cutting off people before they're given a proper chance is something that we've had to do. Also because for this night stream, which I don't do very regularly in this slot, but trying to do a little more often, my time is a little more unbounded. Like I'm not in any kind of rush unless I just kind of keel over from fatigue, which, given how much Mario Maker I've been playing this week, is absolutely a threat. Also, I totally forgot to recharge my controller battery, so it's not low, but it's something that is in the back of my mind, because some of you who are regulars here have seen me run that battery out several times. And switching to Joy-Cons like in the middle of a stage like this, deep into the stage, would be a very bad idea. I'm not running that low, though. But just a note to myself, I've got to recharge the controller if I'm going to be playing this much Mario Maker. Whoops. Gamer Girl Bathwater, it is !leave if you want to leave the queue gracefully. Thank you for doing so. I do appreciate the consideration of not making me guess if you are still on, but thank you for dropping by regardless. I do appreciate viewers whether they are able to stay for their levels or not. Oh, okay. That's quite a lunge. I see that I'm actually kind of wavering a bit on that jump in terms of my horizontal position. That may be part of the issue here. Just really have to hammer that jump. I mean, it makes sense for a huge lunge like that to be the final jump of the segment, like where you really feel like you're lunging for it. There we go. And we're going to have a bunch of bonus coins here. I feel like I earned them. I'm going to not die into water because that would be absolutely dreadful. Oh, it's the bottom anyway, I think. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Alright, very nice. And then the frog is going to be pushed to the edge there where it will kind of take a little nap under the canopy because it has deserved it. It has earned that rest after its adventure in the desert oasis. So, thank you very much for that, Rammers. That was an experience. That is actually very satisfying because it's right along the edge of the difficulty that's kind of perfect for what I'm able to do on this stream in terms of being able to do it in 1 half-hour-ish segment and still manage to progress with the level of technique available to me. So that is right on the spot around the clear rate just under 1%. So thank you very much for dropping by. We'll see who's next. Grimkin, you are definitely still here, so we will take a look. Somebody played something, I think. I didn't actually see that notification, but thank you, whoever was responsible for that. Busy looking over at chat, didn't see what Mario Maker is trying to tell me. And oh yeah, thank you for playing the new level. the Master and Magic Koopa. That was uploaded at the start of this stream. Okay, so Shrine of Malice. Part 1 of making levels slightly based on some bands. Okay. I don't think this is a band that I know, so if you would like to enlighten us with some of that context in chat, I would very much welcome that. I see that it is, well, a level that is still working towards its first clear, and it is a speed run, and you say you don't mind if I don't finish, but we will do our best and see what we can. So, thank you for the submission, Grimkin. Let's give it a go. It seems like you are definitely used to it, given that you have not yet seen a clear on this. I saw that spike too, I was just not paying attention. Okay, so we're getting on to right mole, hit the on-off switch, onto the left mole, pick up the shell. We gotta do a very low jump just to dodge the munchers. We've got a 500-second timer, which sure will. Okay, so we fall onto the shell, bounce off the mole, up throw, yeah, bounce on the next mole. Okay. Low jump, low jump. Nice low jump. And the munchers are at their peak as well. Okay, no, you gotta do short bounces or the munchers fall on you. And then it'll be up throw. Nope. Gotta go a lot shorter than that. You see, we just did the min or max jump only level, and so we need to retrain ourselves all over again for how a level like this one is played. My god, look at that 500-second timer. I mean, obviously, like, all the timings are enforced by munchers here, but I'm trying to jump the gun a little bit to dodge them when they are at the peak track. That strategy is not working out. Blackened Deathcore Kaizo. Okay, yeah. I'm afraid I know nothing about Blackened Deathcore, but if there are some interesting references here I should be getting, I appreciate you explaining. Well, to be fair, as far as the 0% clear rate, there are only about 1,000 attempts on it from fewer than 100 players, and so, like, a lot of people are abandoning this after the first screen for sure. I would at least like to get past the on-off switches. If we find that we're just... Yeah, that's a timing issue. I need to do a much lower bounce. Like, if we find that we're just wiping on the same opening screen over and over again, yeah, I'll probably have to call it earlier than I otherwise would, so people don't have to endure it if I'm, like, not learning from the experience. But I think I'm definitely seeing where I should be making optimizations here, so... See? Like that. So now we need to see where to go after that. We see Spike to the right, but Spike doesn't really have an opportunity to throw anything leftwards, so he's not going to be relevant yet. We need to figure out where we bounce on the mole that is on the right side of the on-off column, because I don't see where my destination is yet after that guy. So yeah, you really just have to track the fall very closely. I'm tracking it a little too far to the left, hence the muncher bump on the left side. But if I fall close to the shell the whole time, that gives me just enough time to bounce, and it's the on-off switch with the up throw. Oh, you blasted their songs and you made this. Okay, so I can see what kind of mood you were in. In the mood for death. Lots and lots of death. And in the mood for munchers falling on your head. See, sooner or later I'm going to, you know, get into Blackened Deathcore for some other reason, and I'll listen to their stuff and I'll just be thinking of munchers falling on my head and I won't understand why. You just watch. But that association will just be permanently made in the back of my mind. Nope, that's supposed to be an up throw. Oh, I'll need the shell after throwing it, so I need to re-catch it after the up throw. I see. Okay, so that's how I re-catch it, is I I can see where the arc is supposed to go as I head towards the one-way panel. Yeah, so I'm supposed to re-grab it there on my way back up. So my up throw timing will need some work. Okay, now that's a little too high. I should not be getting that much error. Nope, total miss. Why do that when you can listen to EDM? Nah, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know what Mario Maker enemy EDM makes me think of. Okay, so we almost made it with the shell over to the Monty Mole. We don't know what to bounce the shell against yet for the ascent up the next column. It's unclear to me that I will actually be able to figure that out. Which is ironic in a way because I'm always complaining about like people over-indicating Mario Maker. Maybe it is the one-way panel. As I am one of those people who thinks that like indicators have actually kind of become too standard as a sort of undocumented part of the Mario Maker experience, and that I do like figuring things out for myself. But at the same time, like I'm looking at the next obstacle ahead in terms of where that shell throw is going to be after the wall bounce, after the on-off column, and I have no idea. Like I see the one-way panel, and that might be worth trying, but yeah. And I see where to go up between the burner and the spike that is higher. Yeah, I'm just looking around and trying to figure out, okay, where's the shell throw? Whoops. Yeah. It's okay. I'm not saying I need an indicator. I'm just saying that I'm probably not familiar enough with the Mario physics to figure it out myself without a lot of trial and error. But that's just, you know, lack of experience as a Kaizo player who would be a little more familiar with those things even without education. Yeah, it's a balance, I think. It's just that depends on the style of level, I think, where, you know, I really ought to draw the diagram that I keep telling people about sometimes, where there's kind of a quadrant of difficulty, or quadrants of difficulty, depending on whether the difficulty is coming from figuring things out or execution. And, you know, like you can draw them at like 2 axes on a graph, and you can put most levels on that graph. I really need to do that graphic so I can actually just put on a slide and show people what I'm talking about whenever I bring it up. But, you know, like the extent to which you need to figure something out for something to be fair versus the extent to which is all execution. Yeah, there is a stupid amount of depth to this game, but I mean, you know, the reason why people are playing Super Mario World ROM hacks to this day, and why there's such a healthy community there that, of course, overlaps with a lot of the super expert people in Maker, is that the physics in World, which are, of course, quite different, are themselves incredibly deep. But there's just enough of like the similarities in what you can do with up throws and the different kinds of bounces you can get, that some of those principles transfer over to the Maker physics as well. But yeah, it's not a side of the game that I honestly know that much about. We will see if we can nail this shell deflection after the on-off switch, but if we can't figure this out, whoops, then yeah, I know what the spacing is generally supposed to be on a shell jump in terms of both height and your distance from the wall. Visualizing that in the moment when I'm kind of focused on passing a whole bunch of other stuff is a bit difficult, but I feel like a forward throw might actually do it, and do it better. Like, I'm a little too distracted by the one-way panel when it's too high for my purposes. I should be going forward. There's a swamp ahead which tells me that at some point I'll need to think about where I can launch into a spin jump. Well, and the other thing about traditional Mario Grimkin is that the presence of lives changes your perception of difficulty quite a bit in a way that I think people who play now in this modern era that's generally without lives being of any significance, like, it's very difficult to appreciate with players these days, I think, where, you know, people are accustomed to, like, frequent deaths and frequent respawns as kind of this marker of difficulty. Games like Celeste is a very good example, and I say that as somebody who likes Celeste. Where, you know, you go back to SMB1, and even though the stages are individually pretty easy, like, the Bank of Lives actually feels really tight when you play SMB1. Unless, of course, you know the infinite one-up trick, which I think most people who are veterans know by now, but, you know, assuming you don't know the infinite one-up trick, like, SMB1 is not a joke. And it's not a joke because you just can't afford to be complacent about things that look easy, like even the very basic Hammer Brothers setups. But yeah, I've definitely had it pointed out to me by people who were kind of introduced to the streaming community for Mario Maker for the first time, that they really couldn't believe how much of this game only opens up once you find a community of players and interact with them. Like that, there are tons of people who are buying Mario Maker and they do the Nintendo tutorial levels, and they might try to scrape together a few levels, and they don't really share them outside of friends, and get no plays, and they get discouraged, and they move on, right? Like, but, you know, even before the patch dropped, I was already thinking, like, I'm just nowhere near running out of stuff, and I have to basically cancel plans to play other games in order to make room for Mario Maker. And then now the patch has dropped, and it's absolutely massive. We are going to make a few more attempts on that jump that is after the on-off switch. If I really am not getting any closer, I will call it. Just so you are aware, Grimkin. Because, I mean, obviously this is a zero clear level. Like, I know that the realistic expectation was that we would have to fail somewhere. And it was just a question of where that somewhere was going to be. Right now I'm feeling like it's going to be that jump. So, it is going to be quite impressive to see when somebody does manage to run the whole thing, so... Yeah, it's always unfortunate when I can not really get past the first screen on a level like this, and that, like, you know, I haven't seen enough of it to really kind of make any kind of proper evaluation of it. I will say that it was satisfying to kind of figure out this first segment and just kind of work out how to nail it on my own. It's more that, like, I reached the next segment and I'm just completely stumped. And there is the, like, solving element where I know I should be going lower on that spot under the switches where I'm dying. And I know that I need to have a regrab and a shell jump out of the mole that's on the right. And so, you know, mentally I kind of know that stuff. And then I am unfortunately not a player who kind of has the intuition for where that shell is supposed to go. Anyway, I do appreciate the submission. I don't want you to feel like, well, I mean, you know, you're used to this by now. than you're used to, people crashing out at different segments, so. But I did want to give it a fair shot and at least figure out a few things, and look at that. So that was the surprise attempt. So it looks like it's going to be a safe landing on the burner, because it's timed out to give you a safe landing. When you land, that's your only opportunity to get a spin jump onto the thwomp. Spin jump onto the thwomp is definitely going to be the next thing, and I was looking for a platform to do that from, and the platform is definitely going to be a burner, given the timing that we had seen there just now. Also, we confirmed that throwing back into the one-way panel does work. We confirmed that it works. So that's a breakthrough. That jumps too high. It will ignite very quickly. I do see that, and I do see that I'm already kind of losing too much time on some of my earlier bounces, such that my timing is not going to be tight or reliable enough to really trust a burner. Okay, needed a fuller jump out of that. But the one-way panel absolutely worked. It's good to have that confirmed. Like, it feels like a significant development to feel like I'm no longer just guessing when it comes to that spot. Yeah, too high. Yeah, I'll be satisfied if we can get onto the burner safely. Like, I don't know how many attempts I'll put into that, but the fact that I kind of managed to at least get the bounce off the shell is significant progress for me, so. Yeah. Well, I mean, Sneak In, depending on the kind of level, and I remember, like, really sailing through one of yours the other day with, or last week with the Koopa shells, the Koopas coming out of their shell, like that one, where I think it's very satisfying to have it confirmed that a difficult setup can in fact be read blindly. Like, that is very much a satisfaction in itself. And yeah, you no longer feel like that, and I think it's very clear why. William, we will probably get to you pretty soon, depending on who's in front of you. I don't imagine we'll be stuck on this one for very much longer before we call it, so. But the fact that I got that shell bounce once does make me think I want to try to nail it this second time at least, and we'll probably stop before we even have a chance to see much of the level past a burner. So. Yeah, missing the regrab there, because I know that I have to go low on that jump. But depending on where I throw the shell, like, that's too low for the regrab. And that's too early a throw. And, yeah. Oops. Okay, just one moment. I'm going to just check the current state of the queue and also how long I've been on this one. We've been on for about 20 minutes, which I think is actually pretty reasonable and longer than I would normally spend on a level that is punishing me this hard, because we were making some progress. Let me just check the list quickly to see what the online-offline statistics are, just to... Oh, lots of you are still online and waiting. That's wonderful. Thank you for your patience, all of you. I do hope to get through as much of you as I can. So, Grimkin, I do think we are going to call it on this one. Thank you for showing us the Shrine of Malice anyway. I'm sure it'll be very satisfying when you see somebody snag that first clear. I feel pretty satisfied getting as far as we did. Clearly, it's not a level to necessarily finish. It's a level to kind of push yourself against, just to see how much you can learn step by step. And as you can see, you know, we learned maybe 1 or 2 things. So no one has gotten to the checkpoint? Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's okay to have a level that kind of exists in the community as a much longer term challenge. It's just that I am not in a position to really understand it beyond the first room, at least not without a significant grind. So thank you for dropping by, and we will mark that as a loss for sure. Electro Dude. Pog. Okay, looking forward to this one. Whoops. Yeah, as I said, I did kind of have it marked out as a level I meant to get to already, and it's very convenient for my purposes that you have shown up here. Oh, you want to change it. Yep, that's right. I remember now. Great. It's like, on second thought, this player isn't that good. Or, no, I'm glad you kind of corrected me there and reminded me that you wanted to show me something that you think would be more appropriate, or that you would rather see. So, Electro Dude, aka Mr. Sparky, bound to pound the ground. This is from October. Step 1, arrow equals ground pound, and 2, don't press left or right in the main level. Okay. Hey, that's interesting. Don't press left or right in the main level. I'm very interested to see what those mechanics will be. Good night, Sneak, and get some sleep. And I will see you around soon enough. When the main level, so the door is okay, right? So you want me to go through this door. And don't press left or right? But then you mean after a ground pound, right? Like a ground pound to start this thing? And then... Okay. Is that just a tutorial, or... Looks like a tutorial segment, right? Like there's nothing to pass here, it's just getting to the door. Oh, whoops, that means that I lost a mushroom and... Oh, no, you slide into it. Okay. Okay. Tutorial passed. Yeah, somebody sent me a very technical boomerang level the other day already, and I did not beat it, but I learned a lot about the boomerang in the course of doing that one. Because, like, somebody just sent me this, you know, boomerang level where I had to wall jump everywhere and lead the target. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. And that was on, like, day 1 or day 2 of the boomerang. I was just very impressed they got that much figured out that fast. No, we needed to sail up a little higher there. Okay. So it looks like we were supposed to keep mushroom. Yeah, so we are not pressing left or right, we are just also missing some of these jumps. Nope, we need to pound through that. Okay. The door is practiced because endless. Oh, I see, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it tells us what the concept is going to be, given that, yeah, I guess endless players will not see the comments about how this mechanism is set up to work. I just missed a pound there. And indeed, if I... Okay, let's look at a tutorial sequence again to make sure I understand what's going on with the Piranha Plant slide. Yeah, so the conveyor belt gives you a bit of a lift, and the lift is enough to maintain the slide interaction, right? And is that what we need here? Yes, it is. Whoops. Didn't get a high bounce off the shell, and that's the issue. Should have held the jump going into that bounce. Okay, let's see. Yep, we maintain the slide. No. We held down too early. We need to be much more accurate about the ground pound there. Very appropriate choice of music, by the way. All that's missing is a penguin suit. Well, I mean, I guess that wasn't in Mario 64, but you know what I mean with the penguins. Okay. It's a slide. It is really only going to have one soundtrack. This context. Okay, down we go. Okay, we're not doing enough to clear that jump for some reason. I am holding a full jump. And I'm not holding right or anything, so... Twirl, right? Yeah, I missed a twirl marker. I see. I don't know if you hinted that in chat already. I've just been looking at the level. There we go. Oh, no, missed a jump. Okay. Oh yeah, curve track is a twirl indicator. Yeah, I just lapsed with that for a moment. I do see that, absolutely. I just didn't even read that the first time that it was in that segment. Now this feels pretty satisfying. Oh, going in too low. And we'll die. But that's nearly the end of that segment. And honestly, like, it feels very well tuned. Like, I definitely think it's my mistake there, going too low in the last segment, and I think the adjustments I have to make are very clear. No, too far. That seesaw trigger is really nice, by the way. I like that seesaw interaction. Okay. So. No, too late. I was going for the ground pound, I just missed the timing on it. I might have been late on the twirl to begin with, so that might have been part of the problem there. No, that's too early on a twirl. Or adjustment. Yeah, the conveyor effect is quite nice. I don't think that's an interaction I really knew about until I saw this level. Miss. I mean, it's an accuracy challenge, and it's a pretty reasonable accuracy challenge, so we'll just do it until we got it. No. I did press down. I wonder why the pound wasn't registering. Because I'm twirling. I don't know if I'm just too late on the twirl or something else is interfering. So I'm definitely slamming the down button. I'm clearly slamming it too late. No. I think I know what happened there. I think I know what. Kind of trying to manage the dash button at the same time, just out of habit. And, this probably got something to do with it. No. That was an accidental jump. I did not mean to do that. And then I just need to jump early enough to get enough height to clear my way up to that twirl. And so I was clearly late on the jump off those coins at the end there. than the previous attempt where I got that far. Oh, whoa. That's a problem. Okay. Okay. No. I don't know why I'm instinctively jumping there. I should not do that. I'm just kind of flinching into it, I think, but just need a trust belts. Trust the belts to take me up. And all will be well. Okay. There we go. Not totally inaccurate. Okay. Yep. Need to hit that pound as well. That's interesting. A pound into trampolines like that. And that. Oh, I think I'm maybe not gaining enough height going into that. Or I'm just too early. Yeah, no, I need to slam down right when I get pushed. And then slam down again, yeah, as indicated. It is messing with the player's instinct, that's true. Because, you know, you're just so accustomed to thinking that going up is going to do less than it actually does for your momentum and for Mario's sliding state. Pretty much every time I have the incline going up. Okay, no, I'm too early on that because the trampolines are not yet in position, and I'm too early on that because I'm missing the coins. To get back to it, the conversation we were having about indicators earlier, this is quite nice actually in terms of the readability, and that I like that you just have the 2 coin trails there as a fairly accurately planned jump arc. I just happen to be missing this one and missing that one. First arrow after the CP is important. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm ground pounding too early then, maybe. Because that would affect the timing relative to the trampolines. Yes, I see. Yeah, because I actually do need that slight delay there. I'm still a little bit early, but I do see, I think, what you mean. And I'm missing the third one again. That's partly because I'm not letting up on the down button quickly enough. And then up there and then off. Okay, great. And then that's going to take me back around on a blue belt. Nope. Tried to get down there and I was just too slow. Nope. Alejandro, you need to use the add command. We have a bot take care of these things, so I don't have to. Well, what happened there? Oh, did I need to twirl a second time over? I did not really read what happened after I had the key. I see, yeah. Because the twirl indicator was disguised the first time that you sailed down there, okay. I see what's going on. I do like that turnaround, by the way. That's a very nice setup. I did see that coming when I saw the on-off switch and the way the belt was laid out. But the rest of it follows quite well. Now this part I just have to trust because the camera scrolls fast enough that I can't really do anything other than hold down, so I'm glad you accounted for that when planning it. Yeah, if you hit the ground pound earlier, it's not going to work. Yep. Nope. Again, I'm forgetting to let up on a ground pound. Because, of course, you know, you're sailing over the spikes like that. It's a difficult thing to keep in mind too early. Okay. No. Should not have twirled there. I had a bad lift off on that jump to begin with, and I was going to totally miss the shell, so. Yeah, that twirl on the way back, that's really, really nice. I know. Just late in reacting to my own slide, I didn't really read my position accurately. I think I was reading the key, in fact. I was just visualizing the key as Mario, and that was a bad idea. Whoops. William, you will be next. Thank you for sticking around. Okay. Yeah, that's... Okay. Yeah, no, that's totally what's happening, is when I'm coming out of the slide, the first thing I'm seeing is the key, and I'm reading the key as Mario. I did that again. I was kind of on the alert for that happening, too, and it still happened. There's something about this slide timing there is faster than I'm expecting it to be. Okay, twirl down, let's watch carefully. Down pipe. Oh, we should have ground pounded that just to see what blocks do. Probably as coins, but yeah, there we go. Okay, fantastic.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Enjoyed that one a lot. So. A lot of use out of the belt setups, the reversals in particular, in terms of how the alternate paths and indicators, not alternate paths, but reverse paths and indicators revealed themselves, and the way you manage the less readable segments when I was kind of at the camera boundary, just very well done. 39-second record, so I guess... oh yeah, I see where that's coming from in terms of the breakpointing. Maybe? Maybe. Or maybe that's some massive skip that I don't know about. But yeah, thank you for submitting that, Mr. Electrodew, and I do look forward to what you did with the boomerang. I may look at it in my own time if we don't catch each other, but since you're here on the stream and you've given me a follow, I'm sure I'll get to play lots more of yours. Thank you very much. Did I already see who is next? William is next. Okay. William, you are 8KV. Whoops. HKV. HCD. EXG. Zelda Infinity Tower. Use sword and shield to block cannonballs or spike balls. Thus far, we have one clear on this by Conan K, who spent 8 minutes on it, so that's definitely a post-checkpoint time, by the looks of it. And but that's from a fairly small sample size, so we'll see what this is about as we use the sword and shield to block cannonballs or spike balls. So everybody grab your physical cartridges of the latest Pokemon game, because we will hold those up in front of us. Let's take a look. This is from March, mid-March, so that's during the patch 2.0 cycle when Link was still one of the more exciting things of the block. Grab the Master Sword, check the Pokies. Yeah, sure, we'll take that. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So it's kind of a directional thing where you need to go up this tower. I see that there is a blue skull trapdoor on the left side coming out of another door that looks awfully suspicious. Because if the blue track is down there, then where would that take you? Oh, that's probably just a reset of some sort. Let's see what's going on. So this is just a scouting mechanism, right? Like it just tells you what's going on. Oh, it takes you to a spike ball. Okay. Okay, so it is a scouting mechanism. And we see that if you just kind of do the downward thrust on a spike ball all the way up, you get the little completion area at the top, which looks like it's not optional. Okay. We need to retrieve the Master Sword once again, yeah. Yeah, preview door, I see. So yeah, Mr. Electro Dude, thank you for that. Oh, we can't have Master Sword. Okay, let me check the state of the queue, because at this point I think I may have to close up just so I can guarantee I can get to the rest, but I will check what's going on with that. I may ask for a last call before I close up for real. Okay, so we have yeah, just a couple of people in queue that I know are here. We know that one of them is offline. I would like to get through the rest of the list though, and I know that some of these levels might be on the more technical side, so yeah, I know you're here. I'm seeing 4 more online after this, so this is going to be last call. I'm going to give a few more attempts on this level, and then I will type in the close command. So those who are not already in queue, last chance. We are definitely way past our usual intended time, but hey, exciting patch. That's what we'll do. And for those of you wondering, the usual schedule we run after this in the week is on Wednesdays, and that's like 12 hours opposite of this time. Like we usually do that starting at 10 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Eastern, which I believe is 6 in Britain and 7 in Central European during the summertime. So that's basically the AM PM opposite of this stream. Like that, we will be starting afternoon or midday in NA and evening in EU, and that will be Wednesday. So that's the next viewer stream. We are streaming a little more than usual just due to the excitement around the patch. And so we'll be doing more night streams on this schedule as well, on the, you know, kind of overnight time slot in NA and early morning time slot in EU. So those, you know, I'll try to get in as many as I can in a given week, but it's kind of uncertain day to day how many of them I can do. Currently, the plan is to do viewer levels during weekdays, and on weekends we just kind of do a catch-up and do hard levels that we haven't finished yet, and also some community levels from people I follow. So that will hopefully be plenty of excitement to go around as we learn some of the newer 3.0 mechanics. You can also use Bomb to block Spike Ball. I actually had forgotten about that, yeah. I can see how, with careful planning, this is actually much less chaotic than it looks like. It does require strategy. Oh, no. Once you get up here, it gets a bit hairy. So. I mean, I know from the outside, like if you're watching this, it probably looks like a total mess. When you are in the rows itself, at first, at least with the lower rows, when you're dealing with fewer diagonal cannons, it is surprisingly manageable. Okay. That's a bust. So yeah, I can definitely understand why some players would just kind of give up on this early. Because, you know, they just look at this and they nope out of here, but I don't know if I will get the second clear on this, but we'll see how far we can go. Like, it's definitely a sort of arcadey challenge level in the way that, you know, it's like if you're playing Ice Climbers or something, except every vertical screen is just condensed into one row. But somebody's devilish idea of an arcade game back in the day, I'm sure, if they had the tools to put that together. It is kind of old hell. But I mean, and part of it, of course, is that your vertical movement is pretty much completely constrained. I think some of it will have to be finding a pattern by memory, though. Because you can't really just kind of guess and improvise every time. Like, eventually you're going to have to find a method. Nope, that's not the method. And I'm kind of looking at this and wondering how I can kind of narrow it down to something a little more controllable. But Alex, oh wow, Alex, well, I mean, I did say it was last call before I was going to close up, but I've been running for several hours. I hope I can get to yours. And I know it's the creator code for either a world or the level of my choosing. I hope I can get to yours, but at this point I really do have to close, because I had announced that, and you just came sailing in, so we will hopefully get to yours. And if not, I mean, you know, I tend to play yours outside of viewer levels anyway, and stream them on the side. Which is something that I do for a number of regulars, including some of the regulars who have shown up tonight. So, and people, as I come to trust the levels you send me, I'll probably just catch up on some of your backlog and some of your older stuff outside of the main viewer level program anyway, especially with the harder levels that require a bit more of a grind. So, pardon me as I just edit my stream info to make it very clear to people that we are indeed closed. And yeah, thank you everybody who has joined me so far. We are continuing. We do mean to stick to our principle of at least seeing everybody in the queue. At this point, though, we are so on track to be over our schedule that I may not be able to give each level as much time as they typically deserve. So there may be some that I need to cut off early and return to at a separate time, but I will try to make sure that everybody who is remaining in the queue and does at least get seen for a fair amount of time. Just give me one moment while I redisplay the warp bar to kind of force it to update. Realize belatedly that sometimes Warp World needs to be refreshed to be properly displayed as closed. Okay, there we go. I'll give this a few more attempts as we try to navigate bullet hell. I mean, I could tell from the previous screen that there definitely is some thought given to the progression here. And let's take a look at the preview again. Just read the level. So we can see, yeah, got about probably 20 rows or so. Then you get a rest stop and you get more of that. And then you can see there's a bomb segment there where you need a bomb to blast through a certain spot. And then that's entirely a spike ball down thrust ride. Don't think I see anything like a... Oh, there is a pipe, okay. And some locked doors, so it's quite possible there is some checkpointing. There's a checkpoint right there in the middle after the first, my god, 20 rows or so. So we'll see. That might be something to look forward to. I'm very impressed with whoever it was who got the first clear on this. After how many attempts? Hey, Sneak In, thank you for the sub. Glad you are enjoying the Kaboom emote. I don't know why I didn't hear the notification for that come up for some reason. I had a notification all set up for that, and so I didn't get it. So I really appreciate your support and viewership, and of course your continued submission of levels to our program. We actually have to, properly set up with some decent sub benefits for people in terms of we haven't needed them up to this point because we've generally been managing short queues, but I gotta get a proper Discord and everything set up for this channel, because I was always kind of surprised by how quickly one can at least build up a fairly intimate community, even with a small viewer base in Mario Maker, where I certainly feel very fortunate to have picked a game that has, this much capacity for viewer interaction. So yeah, Sneak In, once again, thank you for your charter membership. I mean, you already know I play your stuff all the time, and I'm very impressed once again with the sheer amount of Mario you've somehow managed to play this week. I just could not believe the constancy with which you were online. So, the fact that you have been able to take some time out of that to drop by and watch ours as well is something I think very fortunate. We should be using Bomb Block a lot more often than we are. Hey, how many levels did we make it up? Like, probably about... Yeah, this is very much like an arcade experience where I feel like, every row I'm making it up is a new level of a self-contained game or something. But really get into a bit of a trance with this. Whoops. Okay. Previously made it up to, what, level 6 or 7 or something? Yeah, I definitely found that, the kind of Twitch feature set was coming in for me, like, faster than I was able to deal with it, where I was thinking, oh my god, we're gonna hit affiliate, we have to think about emotes, and kind of playing catch-up with that the whole time, because I just... this isn't a big stream by any means, it isn't, a fast-growing or a celebrity stream or anything like that, but it is still a community, and where I've come to recognize many of you and appreciate your levels and your style of design. It's added a significant amount of enjoyment to my experience of the game, and I'm somebody who already loved Mario Maker, so... But we are going to need Link before we totally get up top, but it was kind of interesting to see how far we could get as Mario. Now, let's take a look at it again, because I do know that Link is... Like, having Link's abilities is enforced higher up by something that you need to bomb, but I just want to take a look at it again and see. Because we have... Say we make it up with Mario. I think it is theoretically possible to make it with Mario up to the first checkpoint and refresh Link if you are crazy enough to try to do that. I mean, not with some of the double spike ball segments like that, but we made it surprisingly far, and so... Like, if we are in one of the upper columns and we have to take a damage boost or something, we can do that. Not for very long, but we can do that. You can also stab the cannonball, well, I mean, not with no jump height, I can, but... Well, Sneak In, I think the big streamers have a very defined core demographic. I mean, I am aware of them simply because, like, some of them, you know them through stuff like the big events with GDQ and so on, and some of them are also, like, popular enough as destinations for people submitting that it seems like every time, not today, but every time I receive troll levels, like somebody intends it for Carl or DGR or somebody, and so, like, but you know, when you stream this game enough, as I often say, you don't really have time to watch people. But I think the nice thing about Mario Maker and its support for small communities is that, you know, an experience like viewer levels or even spectating interesting community levels, like, gives small chats a lot to talk about and socialize about. And so, like, you know, I always have this very active chat that is apparently occasionally covered in smegma. I mean, you know, I doubt that is the real Howard Stern, but I appreciate the bits. I'm not sure I really appreciate the smegma, but okay, I'll deal with that. Yeah, that's alright. If it persists, we'll deal with it, but, you know. That's something that happens, I guess, and it'll be an interesting test to see if the... I haven't actually looked over to see how the bits were displayed on my stream just now, but that'll be an interesting test of whether that can handle character limit. And yeah, sometimes you get spam. But oh my goodness. Okay. All right. We'll only make a few more attempts at this, I think, because like, it is actually a lot more fun than it might look if you just see bullet hell everywhere. And you're actually interacting with this thing. It's actually kind of neat to puzzle out. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised by how much I enjoyed it. But at the same time, you know, it is a bit of an arcade experience where it's about how far you get, not about really even making it. It is kind of entrancing in a very odd way. Like, it might look like a very kind of lazy or repetitive design, but there actually is quite a bit of variation to each of these columns. And so, oh no. Okay, damage boost. Let's go. Let that crash. Okay, no. Alright. Okay, let's... But yeah, I certainly hope to be making much more actively again, and because I found it a very satisfying experience just to start the stream off with a clear check and with a level that I hope is not too broken and has to be taken down again, and actually get to explain it to people and record some video of you know, like a bit of a director's commentary. I might go back to do that for some older levels at some point, like not necessarily on stream, but like maybe if I start up YouTube or something. Not expecting it to be, you know, something for a large audience, but just for a record-keeping purpose. Because, you know, in general, like, I think everybody who sort of gets serious about Mario Maker just spends so much time on each design, and there's always a lot about certain levels where I certainly wish I could hear a bit more from the creator about very specific choices. And I do get that when we have the interaction of playing viewer levels on stream. But at this point, I am going to see, because we do have quite a queue to get through, how long I've been on this one, because I may pass on it. Thank you for it anyway, though, William. Like, this was surprisingly entertaining. And I actually do want to try to grind it out at some point, so... let me just scroll up and see how I'm doing. Yeah, we were on just about 20 minutes, and I think we get the idea. Just kind of mapping it out in my head and thinking, okay, I think this is eventually doable. So, thank you for that. I'll mark this one as a loss, but I may pull it back up in a non-viewer stream at some point just to try to grind through it. So we'll abandon that in disgrace. We'll see who's next. Okay, Sneak N, you stuck around. And thank you for whoever played the level that I had. I didn't actually see the notification just now because I'm terrible about checking notifications, but highly appreciated. Any early plays, I guess. Oh, Vampiro Law, okay, yeah. Toys in the Attic, okay. E-block equals pickup. E-block on track equals charge jump, so... I haven't gotten that much use out of the charge jump in SMB2 so far, so let's learn some of these mechanics. P-block is pickup, P-block on track is charge. Okay. Let's see if we can remember that. Reach the goal after defeating all 3 Mecha Koopas. Can I ride the Fishbones? I'm sure I can, right? Very surprised if I can't, given that is the only thing I can do here. I'm just missing the jump. It's a very embarrassing way to go. Okay, timer's got about 160, so this is going to be pretty brief, and we know from the clear condition there's no checkpoint anyway. Oh, that's an interesting setup. So we jump on them until we get one that is properly angled towards us. Yeah, we'll be filling out the screen a lot until we get it, and I'm sure it's going to click when we get it. So. Nice! Look at that, look at that, that's so cool. That's so cool. Whoa. Oh. Actually finding a good jump location off of that is a bit harder, but... Look at that, lift off achieved. Lift off achieved. Okay, but we need to hang right on those jumps and really trust them to track us on the way out. Try and dodge the second fish. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, no, we need a slower timing, I think, in order to get on those cannonballs properly, unless there's an initial set of jumps that I'm missing. Oh, I see. We should be... Ah, okay, that is the ball that we need on the right side. I think. I haven't quite mapped out which ball I'm preserving yet, but... Oh, I see. No, we can just ride this. What am I doing? I keep expecting to bounce. And that's the mistake I'm making, is I'm still sort of thinking about the cannonballs as a bounce rather than as something rideable, so... It's just a matter of getting used to SMB2, because I've played very, very little with the SMB2 mechanics so far. And so, like, something like this fishbone interaction is completely new to me. I think I'd heard somebody talk about it, but... See, now we got it. Now we got it. Didn't we need to defeat the Mecha Koopa? Oh, maybe that's not one of the ones we need to... maybe I need to pick it up and land on the cannonball in return. Okay, no, we need to land on the one up top. Yeah, because I see those lines there as though I'm supposed to pick up a Mecha Koopa and continue riding. Like, pick it up on top of a cannonball. Okay. Ah, no. Don't waste a single ball. E block equals pick up. Rack with no P block through. Okay, yeah, the title screen description told me that, and I just could not keep that straight in my head. Oh, okay, P block. Yeah. I don't know why I was keeping my eyes peeled for P switches. Okay. Yeah, I just totally misunderstood that. Whoops, okay. Ride and use all balls. Okay. Track with no P-Log. Okay. Right, because I need all 3 of the balls to take out the 3 Mecha Koopas, and that was the first one there. I see. Snake death? Right. Yeah, charge jump over to the right side and throw into it from the right. That's how I'm reading it. We just need to get the hang of this first. Come on. Nope. Okay, and I see how the charge jump indicators work in terms of when you have to crouch and when you have to jump. I do see that. That was just a poor jump. Okay, that was maybe not the cannonball timing I needed, but now they've evened out. And then I need to land accurately and then throw left. No. Boom. Wasted every ball. Mario will just rethink the consequences of what he did there. No, that's not what we wanted. We knew that's not what we wanted. Okay, whoops. No, that's a total washout. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Pick up. Really do have to trust the landing after the pickup. That's something that I had trouble doing later. Oh, okay, no. Yeah, no, I see. I see that the track was disconnected from the next pickup point. You throw and then you pick up the next one and then you go. Okay. Just need to get the hang of the initial launch. Definitely feel like I'm coming in a bit low on the crouch jump as well. Oh. Yeah, there is just enough of a delay in the SMB2 pickup timing that I really do need to come up vertically and let these balls come out aligned like that. Now what do I do? Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. I misread that. Okay, that's okay. We know how to get that far. Pick up clouds. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I have done that in a previous level. I just totally forgot about that interaction in the heat of the moment, so... Cloud check, yeah. Very much so, but we got past Mecha Koopas, so... see how much more there is to go. Okay, this is totally out of sync. That's going to be a big problem. You need to ride something pretty much straight up. It is a nifty power-up check in that it goes down and it also refreshes as far as I know. Whoops, too late. Yeah, luckily it's early enough that I don't feel like I'm losing anything with that. It's just kind of rolling the dice on the Fishbone arc, which, you know, you do have the intended arc spelled out in the coins, so... Nope, too late, too late. I was mentally thinking of the E block as the throw marker rather than the pickup marker, and that was the mistake. Whoops. Got a bit pushed by the fish launch. Yeah, first time seeing this fish tech, as I said, and it's so nice to see fish bones actually be useful. Because I think the relative lack of interaction from them before was kind of pulling them back. But now they're really, really cool. Okay. Nope, nope. Wrong. Needed to jump. Okay, and I see the clouds there now. Over the P-switches. And that will be something to be excited about. Okay, that felt like a bit of a save. Oh, nope. Power up check, like you were saying. Alright. That didn't go. Yeah, but the P switch will release something from the lower red pipe. Probably more fish bones to ride up to what I imagine would be pretty close to the ending, if not the ending itself. Yeah, the fishbone hitbox is very weird. Like, I can't visualize the detection range that well. But I guess we will have to deal with it one more time when we release the P-switch and only have a limited run of fishies to work with. Okay. Going straight for that 1-up at the top of the flag. Well, thank you as always, Sneak In. Or actually, I've been to your stream enough now that I know you actually pronounce it Sneakin', right? Like Sneakin', as if there were an I there. You get used to that. I've just been reading it Sneak In every time. Well, thank you for sneaking by. And thank you especially for the sub. Gamer Girl Bathwater left us a while ago and tried to leave the queue, but entered the wrong command, so that's going to be a remove, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then we'll see if we can get through whoever's left. TNF. TNF, I think, may have left us. We had a good submission from TNF earlier. But I think they did have to depart. So, TNF96, if Twitch is incorrect about this, please correct me. If not, we will see who is left. Yeah, it is about time, Sneakin', that you have taken some well-earned rest. So, thank you once again for that level. And you have a good one as well. I may have to send you my new one as soon as I have confirmed that it's in a state that's, you know, able to be passed around, but it seems to have gotten some players, so I'm sure somebody will have told me by now if there is some kind of critical issue. But I have not seen it yet, obviously, because I have not done anything with player viewer levels since I created that. So, seek around and have a good rest. I believe TNF96 is not here, so we will remove. Redox, have you stuck around? I believe you have. And wow, Redox, Electrodude, and Alex, that will be a powerhouse finish. And 2 more players. Thank you, players, if you are from here, and if you're not from here, I appreciate you anyway. Whoops. Okay, so Redox has been playing with Boomerang Tech. Not surprising to me at all. And, yeah, Redox, I guess the long jump indicator will be the same as usual, but I'll have to get used to the new throw notation. So, 20-second run, 4 clears, and you got a record that's just under 20 seconds, so means I cannot afford to lose time on things like wall jumps. Good to get some boomerang practice in before Electrodude's submission as well. Okay. Oh, wow, interesting. Okay. You did say 2 Ps is throw boomerang, right? Okay. I see 3 Ps up at that corner. Whoops. Okay, that's a D-pad death. For sure. Accidentally held up on that thing. And then... Oh, do I just throw there, then? Right, because I would want to just bounce off the shell. Or... Okay. Oh. Hang on, I'm still getting used to the fact that I can, in fact, use the boomerang throw to kind of charge up a dash. Okay, I'm not supposed to jump there. I'm supposed to thrust a boomerang. Or not. P looks like a throw shell. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. And then this took me a moment to... whoops. I did not grab it in that time. We'll learn it. I mean, you know, I usually pick these up fairly quickly. Oh, yeah, throw boomerang again. Throw boomerang again allows me to do the shell grab. And then we do some bounces, okay. I see. I see. No, throw and then long jump. Okay. That's okay. I can get the shell carry up to that point somewhat consistently, I think, so we will... nope. Release. How to release. Release and then long jump. Release, long jump, bounce. Okay. Release, okay. That shell throw always comes so quickly. So, we'll get it, we'll get it. It's gonna take some practice. Nope. A bit late. I do kind of like that back and forth on the creeper, though. That's kind of neat. Just to watch that in action. We'll... nope. Had to throw boomerang. I can see why it's Koopa hunting season. No, long jump. Long jump. Long jump should take me there quite accurately. And then we have another boomerang long jump setup up top once we bounce up there. Okay. Okay, I missed something there. But I'm beginning to see a sort of rhythm of the dash and trigger kind of input sequence for throw and long jump. That was just a bad release. Yeah, I do understand that there's kind of a rhythm where you hit one button after the other. Missed a shell pickup entirely. Yeah, no, that was just a late release. Late release. I wasn't releasing in midair like I should have. But... what? I thought I'd thrown a boomerang, but that was clearly not the case. Okay, let's... no, we were early on the long jump. Hang on, just one moment. Need to adjust my audio a bit. Oh, Electro Dude, looking forward to it. 5 rooms, red coins, and everything is intense. Okay. We have been warned. Okay, we have something wrong with our timing there. It is probably the long jump timing. In that the long jump is triggering a little too early and not taking us far forward enough. That's already about the halfway point, I think. So. Nope, miss. Well, good luck with the upload. I know, missed the long jump down low, but oh, I see what that boomerang is doing. Okay. Yeah, no, I see the mistake that I was making on some of those earlier attempts where I'd gotten used to a certain rhythm of the boomerang throw followed by the long jump when there are no gaps between the indicators, and I was missing the one later where there is, in fact, one gap for the indicator. This one there. No, the boomerang did not return in time for me to pick up and throw. That's about 5 seconds remaining. Okay. I see what's going on. I know. Okay, something's way too early on that I'm missing the pickup. I may be just off when it comes to the boomerang throw, but I'm not paying enough attention to see how far off. Here we go. Nope, late. And I needed the shell, yeah. Needed the shell all the way here, okay, yeah. Late. Nope, late. Late release. Yeah, I think, you know, the sort of Redux-style 3D world level is enough of its own skill set that you do get a little better at reacting to these with practice. But Boomerang is new tech, and so adjusting to what I am doing wrong here with the shell deflection and the late pickup is going to take a few attempts. Whoops. Probably because I've just not seen enough how the boomerang interacts with a shell in a kind of static environment. See, I'm just missing that, and I'm trying to pay closer attention to why, in terms of whether, like, basically where I need to fix my timing. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, I see. I was, I think, early with the boomerang on the previous attempts. So we can fix that, but then we need to remember to release the shell, and then remember to long jump. By the way, your level is nowhere as intense as this? Okay, good. That's fine. In the interest of actually getting through some of these tonight. And honestly, like, the first boomerang level I was given was trickier than this one, and quite a bit trickier than this one. And that was actually the first time I played a boomerang level last week. And so I feel like I kind of started with a trial by fire. Because here, you know, the boomerang may be new, but like typical Redux level skills still apply. And that kind of helps me in terms of knowing what to expect. Okay. Felt like I was off there, but thankfully I was not. Nope, missed that bounce, and then, yeah, we're pretty close. We are actually quite close. Judging by the timer, and also just the sequence that seemed to be ahead of us. Now, I read in the patch that apparently they had fixed dying on the flagpole. I don't know if that was the same dying on a flagpole issue as when you hit the flagpole at the same time as the timer hitting 0 and the timer taking priority over the flag, because that was actually in a Redux level that I first encountered that. But I heard that it was apparently, or something related to flagpole death has been patched. Nope, we're late. I actually feel like I've been letting up on the dash there, and that's the issue that we're getting into. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That E indicator under the question block, that's something we'll have to think about when we get there. Oh, that was another glitch. Okay. I guess I misunderstood that. I don't really keep up with the glitch hunting community that much. Like, I knew about stuff like Black Hole, but my feeling is that, like, I take so long to actually put any levels together and publish them that, you know, like, glitches are kind of interesting to think about, but it's not something I'm going to spend time on working with in the editor when the levels will get nuked and the account will possibly get nuked anyway, right? And those issues are likely to be patched by the time I've turned them into anything meaningful anyway, so... So I think the glitch hunting scene is something I just tend to read about afterwards. I did hear that they patched the clown car bullet blaster launch, though. Like, I'm certain know what I mean, because it's been in what seems like every troll level in the last little while. You have that massive bullet blaster launch. Oh, I guess that would have been related to the glitch that was fixed in. Okay, I see. Nope. That was Pro Controller registering an up input. See, Electrodude, the nice thing about having a never press left or right level is that that actually mitigates some of the Pro Controller D-pad issues. I don't need to worry about them as often I do in something like a 3D World level where the accidental up input when I mean right, or the accidental right input when I mean up, actually wouldn't make a difference. The accidental up input is the main thing. It's like when you're rapidly tapping directions side to side, that seems to be the major D-pad flaw, as I think everybody discovered the hard way in Tetris. Okay, that's a total miss. Yeah, I guess you could say it's perpendicular to your speedrun levels. So. It makes them less one-dimensional. Whoops. Okay. Let's get back into this and do the long jumps accurately. There were a few attempts here where I was basically doing the long jumps by muscle memory, and it's been less and less accurate, though. Let's try to fix that. Nope, late on the boomerang. I think I hadn't retrieved the boomerang yet at that point, and so it was actually the throw before that one was a little bit too late for its own good. I'm still thinking about how that question block set up near the end of the level is going to work. And I haven't seen that yet, so... Nice. Well, what happened there? That looks like... I missed something there. I missed something, for sure. I don't know, I mean, I tend to think when I need to plan ahead to some kind of progression in the level that I haven't seen yet. Yeah, I can definitely see why you would want to trust muscle memory and just kind of your gut reaction and a sense of practice for things that are earlier in the level. But that's probably why I'm not a good Kaizo player. Is that, you know, I'm somebody who's always trying to approach it as a puzzle-solving exercise. And it's definitely true that there are some levels that does not make a good fit for it all, just simply because they go too fast for you to reasonably take that approach. I missed the rebounding shell, okay. Good to know. I thought it was something like that when it didn't activate the creeper. Oh, there's the up input again, doing the spin. Nope. Forgot to throw the boomerang. That's an embarrassing way to go. late. I needed that shell. And, yeah, I was late on the high throw, and that needs to be a nice early throw to begin with, or I won't retrieve the boomerang in time for the throw after that. I know that for a fact. Whoops. Yeah, bad throw there. You're playing a shell level that had a controlled shell surf every second, I say. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking back to the frog level from Rammers that we showed off earlier on the stream, and that was definitely an experience where, you know, it was kind of a mix of, like, having to use your muscle memory to get the segments down that you had already cleared, but at the same time, you know, really mentally solving the shell jump that was giving me trouble. I find it, like, satisfying when it's kind of a mix of that, where, you know, you figure things out and then you just kind of program the execution into yourself. But then the sort of initial act of figuring out what you're trying to program into your muscle memory is a process that I enjoy when I can do it. Okay, I'm too early on that long jump. I am pressing long jump far enough to the left that I'm diving into the shell. Oh, whoops, I missed the long jump. But yeah, I mean, we have seen the flagpole. We just missed one particular shell on the way to it. And so, as long as I can get my timings straight on long jumps. Yeah, missed a long jump there. That was the issue. I think I just accidentally tapped the regular jump, in fact, when I tapped the boomerang. Just hit B by mistake. Kind of slamming the D-pad so hard on this in some ways, too. Try to ensure that I've got a clear right input that it's making my thumb surprisingly sore. But it's okay. This is followed by 2 more submissions tonight. We'll try to keep our commitment to getting through everything, so... It's definitely way over my usual schedule. I was not originally intending to stream tonight at all, in fact, because I didn't know what state my own level would be in, and I really needed to take the time to publish it. And I realized, okay, I feel comfortable with it just in time for the clear check, and just in time to make my occasional NA Overnight EU morning slot. But okay. It'd be great to stream, and you know what? It's been a fantastic experience. I feel like this has been some of the most fun I've had in viewer levels in quite a while. And part of it is the freshness of the setups. Part of it is that we had a very generous raid earlier that brought me a lot of makers I otherwise wouldn't see, at least not viewer level context. But this has been a very good night and a very good week for Mario Maker. And it's always nice to have that, because, like, sometimes you know, like, when you play Mario Maker on stream, you generally try to keep a sort of cheery, optimistic attitude about it, because you do constantly learn things about the game, but then every now and then, like, you log off and you're just wiped out and kind of thinking that the burnout's going to hit any time now. And you know what? Like, this has been such an invigorating update. 3.0. Oh, okay, Boomerang came back late. Alright. Okay, too early on the long jump. Every time. Definitely too early on the long jump. It's a very concrete thing that we can fix. Okay. Yeah, we've had one very solid run so far. Which does make me think that, you know, like, it's just very simple things that need to be solved consistently and in the same attempt. Okay. That's certainly one way to come close. It's funny because that was almost salvageable and then the timer hit anyway, so I guess maybe it wasn't as salvageable as I thought it might be, and I came in too low to make any kind of wall jump escape. Nope, that was a twirl by mistake. Hey, all part of the experience, you know, so... kind of enjoy it when I come close. It's very encouraging in some ways. Means that the mechanism basically works, it's just that you need to not choke on the last screen. I mean, I know the mechanism works, it's more like the mechanism has worked for me and I have seen it as evidence with my own eyes, and that's something that's kind of important. I really do hope I get this soon, though, because it is killing my thumb. But part of it is that, like, I'm getting antsy about my accuracy when it comes to making sure I get the long jump rather than the 3D world spin on the ground. But you also have right on the D-pad just kind of cranked up to the max the whole time, and that's something I'll just have to live with. Nope, no. Somehow missing the long jump there now. I've missed that several times. I've been early several times. That definitely seems to be one of the trickier timings in the whole level. I mean, it's well set up. It's just something about the way I'm reading it or executing it, pressing the buttons, not quite on the dot. Okay, bit of a miss, so some kind of very minor timing issue right near the end. Seemed like I was just barely off where I needed to land on a creeper, so I feel like I must have lost height on a jump somewhere or executed a long jump just slightly early. So we'll get it, I'm sure. Nope. Yeah, this is pretty solid. I mean, you know that. I know you're kidding around, but this is... like, the mechanism itself is pretty solid. Like, I think it's definitely just some kind of tight timing window on that Piranha Creeper bounce back. Like, thinking about it again, and thinking about like how the Piranha Creeper mechanism actually works, default there is definitely a shell release timing, I would say. That's an early long jump. Because it's the shell release timing that is determining the Piranha retraction. Which is a cool mechanic, by the way. I don't see that too often. I've probably seen it in a Redox level before, but I don't see this kind of setup all that commonly. But again, you know, I don't watch that much Mario Maker now that I've started to stream it. I just don't have too much time. Now that I'm actually making levels again, I'll probably be watching more streamers, simply because I'll be submitting as well. But that is definitely one thing has been largely displaced by experiencing and broadcasting the levels directly myself. Yeah, I thought it depended on the throw timing, as you were saying. Okay, bad long jump, every time. Bad long jump. And then the boomerang on the high Koopa is later going to be another point to work on as well. Because that's one thing here. Yeah, that's... no, that's a bad twirl. Definitely kind of slipping a bit. We're reasonably close. I haven't seen the last segment enough times to really refine it, that's all. So yeah, we'll see about that Piranha timing. I'm still trying to determine what part of that sequence I need to fix and in what direction. It is the throw timing, but like I'm not watching that shell release pattern closely enough to see what I'm fixing. Once I see what I'm fixing, I'm sure I can do it. Whoops. Okay. I feel like that boomerang was late. Yeah, it was. I'm beginning to develop a sense for when I'm missing. Like, that boomerang towards the high Koopa has got to come out fast, or it just doesn't come back in time for the next row. Oh, I see what the high blocks are doing now. Wasn't even seeing that one earlier before. I mean, I was seeing the pattern that the shell takes when it goes upwards and launches upwards, but wasn't really thinking very hard about that because I was watching where Mario was going. Okay, no, I was surprised that that long jump worked that time because I thought I was way early. And so I was not prepared to actually do the high boomerang throw that I had just been talking about. Nope. Bad catch there. Speaking of fixing, that's what you'll be doing in a little bit. What kind of programming are you talking about? Sorry, I kind of lost the thread of conversation there. Nope, missed the shell entirely that time. I did see what I did there. Oh, programming in C. Yeah. It's been a while since I've worked with C. I was always terrible at working that close to the metal when it comes to memory management. But, you know, pretty essential skill. Even now, I think C is still very much a lingua franca. Yeah, I missed that entirely. I did not get a shell with me. Yeah. So what are you doing in C? If you care to share. Yeah, I used to do software. I don't anymore, but... Whoops. But it is kind of interesting to think about how, like a sort of software mentality transfers over to Mario Maker. Like, there is a kind of satisfaction, I think, in working with Mario Maker that I've always found to be like the good parts of programming with less of the... well, at least initially I thought less of the sort of mystery to the debugging process and the sense of fumbling around until you've tracked down problems that ripple throughout complex systems. And then I started debugging complex mechanisms in Mario Maker, and I realized, okay, well, the editor is elegant, but my god, you still have to fight with all kinds of unintended behaviors. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh yeah, Redux, I think it's 1.0, right? So I think it's really just the last creeper there. Like, I think asking me to do a slightly later shell jump, slightly later long jump from time to time is fine, like in that... Like, it works when I read it accurately. Like I said, I don't always read it accurately. But you know what you want to do with this. So I will still try to grab the clear because I am reasonably close. And because I feel like at least the rest of the cube might be under control, but... That's assuming my thumb holds out. Like, that's the main kind of limiting factor when it comes to this level, to be honest. Is, will I actually be able to use my hands after this? But, lost a shell. Oh, I see. So... Okay, so it's like an assignment setting for a project, or just kind of like a... Oh, an assignment. Yeah, you said it as an assignment. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I've been far enough away from that to be of any technical assistance, obviously, from not knowing precisely what you're doing, but... Yeah, debugging in C, especially with people are sloppy with their modularity in their code. Definitely not that fun. Like, I always liked coding. What I didn't like was reading other people's code. And unfortunately, the more software you work with, the more of your time you spend reading people's code and fixing it, rather than actually working on stuff. I find that, you know, like, coding, even if you're not doing it very actively in a work setting or a project setting, is something that does kind of stay with you as long as you keep it warm, as a skill set that just comes in handy in very unexpected circumstances sometimes. It's very useful to have. very grateful for an education in computer science and computer programming. But oh my god, reading other people's code. Not if I can help it. Well, Googling stuff 50% of the time is what the reality is anyway, I guess, when it comes to, you're constantly having to learn new APIs and new technologies in a project setting anyway, unless we're working on maintaining something really consistent. There was this one instructional hack online that used to be free that I really enjoyed. Thank you for that, Redox, by the way. I see I'm 0.15 off of record. But you know what? I'm not going to complain. Ow, my thumb. Thank you for that. I know you're probably aiming to revise it, but to me it feels pretty good, actually. The things I was doing wrong were fixable. It's more that at the end, I really had to trust the indicators instead of actually seeing what the boomerang was doing. I have to review my own footage of the clear afterwards to see what that final setup actually was and why the shell worked that time. Why it didn't previously, because I just was so busy watching Mario that I wasn't watching the boomerang, right? But thank you for 1.0. I'm glad I had some practice with that, so hopefully when you have a revision, it won't take me quite as long. I think I did cheese that part, yeah, because I saw I skipped a shell and I was thinking, okay, now I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, and then I actually got to bounce. And anyway, I'm glad you folks were watching that a little more attentively than I was. Okay, Electro Dude. Now, I think Alex may have left us after you, so I believe you will be last. Alex is a regular here. I play lots of his stuff, but he does sometimes leave relatively quickly. So, I mean, I'm fine with him leaving. I'm going to see his stuff. He sends things to me all the time. So, Electro Dude will hopefully have a nice wind down to the stream with yours. But, alright, I'm going to kind of take my time to load this up because my thumb is sore. So if this is another hold right level, bouncing boomerang bonanza. Okay. So 32-second record, but we don't need to go for records necessarily. P square equals spin. Good luck and have fun for Ruben. Alright, I'm doing this. I seriously, though, just need a minute to wash my hands. Not for infection reasons, but more for, oh my god, I need to put some water on my thumb. I'm not injured or anything. I can play. I just need to just sort of give my hand a bit of a stretch for a bit. So just give me 1 minute. I'll be very quick. And yeah, thank goodness it's not hold right, because I don't think I could take one. So, 1 moment. I'll be back. Okay, so on the assumption that Alex does not return, we will close this extremely productive session of viewer levels with Bouncing Boomerang Bonanza from Mr. Electro Dude, who, under a tighter character limit, is merely Mr. Sparky. So P square equals spin. Good luck and have fun with this level that has about a 3% clear rate and was uploaded a couple days ago, over the weekend. Let's take a look. Yeah, I was, oh, reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Okay, that's fine. We'll scout ahead and practice anyway. So. Okay, so it'll be bounce, throw, bounce. No. Sorry, just need a moment to read this. No, I need to throw first, actually. Now, that P indicator, let's take a look. What did the intro tell me about the P indicator? I've already forgotten, and that's the issue with not being able to access the description once you're actually in the level. Is oops, forgot to throw. Because I thought it was a twirl maybe, but and then okay, I kind of need to trust that to get rid of. Yeah, okay, P indicators were all spin, so I'm not going to spin beforehand. I've got to trust the timing. Okay. And that's going to give it a push, and then what is my next bounce? I will... Oh, wall jump, probably. Looks like a wall jump. Oops. We're getting ahead of it. That indicates a late throw. An earlier throw. And maybe not that far to the left. Okay, late throw. We just need to fix it. Wall jump? Yeah, that's a wall jump. That's okay, we'll go on and practice. Spin, and then jump, and then propeller. Propeller, really? Okay. So, I'm guessing... I don't know if this actually... This shouldn't activate the condition. And then there will be a P spot that is down low that is for a propeller. I see. So you're going to continue letting the boomerang fly. And then land on that. Okay. Got it. Miss. Big miss. Then twirl, land on a piranha, land on a dry bones, grab the propeller, go up. Let the boomerang roll around. Left arrow, did we not do something critical there? Left arrow. Okay, let's read that again. I feel like I missed something when I grabbed the propeller, and that I lost the boomerang flight path, and it's clearly supposed to be ongoing in order to release the on-off switch to allow me to propel under and boost over to the next segment, right? Because I see the P indicators for propeller boost 2 and 3 down low. Because I too played the Mang level that has you going under the screen. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's see this again. I know I'm a little too far to the right on that one. And I don't see what's going on here. Oh, I see. I don't use a spin to get up here. I just need a jump up there. And then... coin there. Okay, so I'm supposed to bounce on something. Let's start over and see. Probably should have said arrow means to throw. Yeah. That's actually something I should have been able to infer. I was thinking throw left, but I wasn't sure about, like, whether that was... Oh, okay, you know, that actually is the spot I need, more or less. And in fact, I followed the first two arrows, so I don't know why. I think I didn't throw the third time because I didn't quite know what kind of path I was leading, but now that I think about the propeller setup, I do see what is supposed to go on there. And the thing is, I'm taking damage anyway, and that's why I'm not seeing it, because I can see that the propeller is supposed to lead the boomerang down, or rather forward, to the on-off switch. Rather, you maintain the on-off, you maintain the boomerang's height using the pipe. By maintaining the boomerang's height using the pipe, you hit the on-off, and then you slide down with the propeller. Oops. Okay. I think I see what is going on. Yep. No, too early. Yeah, sets boost 1, 2, and 3. I see. Okay. Yeah. I see what's going on. Nope, forgot to twirl. Nope, wrong way. But yeah, bounce off the dry bones, into the pipe, lead the boomerang into the on-off switch, float down, save all 3 twirls because we will need them in the indicated spots. Nope, forgot to twirl. Yeah, I am looking at this and thinking this is pretty reasonable within my level in terms of like the amount of time I have to react to things between each setup. I'm missing the question block. I don't know how much that matters. B does not refresh. Oh, I see. There's a dry bones that's actually buried under Pokey. Because that's just how 3D World collisions work. Yeah, the dry bones under the Pokey. Interesting. Okay, so that's going to take priority when I do the bounce, I think. Crazy anti-cheese there, if you're wondering what this flops for. I'll have to think about that afterwards, I think. Yeah. But yeah, we're in the same Maker Discord. Like, I'm sure I can ask you about that in detail. Or you can just tell me about it once I get to seeing why that is relevant. Whoops. Okay. Start over. Oh, nope. Got a bit of a weird bounce off the Piranha there with the angle I was coming in. Nope, coming in low. Okay, that's rather accurate. We'll actually bounce onto... Oh, okay, I see. Wasn't really thinking about, like... I wasn't thinking ahead to what's preserving the boomerang after knocking off the propeller hat would mean. I do know that, like, I did know that how to power up priority works for the new box hats, of course, because that's something I have been playing with. Particularly because I think, you know, Bullet Box plus Cat is something with huge potential. I don't know how many people have already been playing with it. Lopping off the propeller and kind of restoring the boomerang right away was something... Like, I probably intuitively knew that that's what had to happen after the propeller segment with the bounce onto Pokey, but I wasn't prepared to kind of get back into boomerang mode right away, so... And that's the reaction time issue there. Okay. Fairly late on that, but we made it. And we gotta... Whoops, we missed, but we had to bounce and get a throw because it would release the boomerang. We get a throw, and then we float down to the B. Whoops. And floating down to the B will kind of get us up to the next ball spot. Let's see how that works. Yeah, boomerang is tons of fun. Whoa, okay, so... Let's see if I can read that in some kind of proper order. It seems like it's fall down to the B and then spin up at the P. Which sounds correct because it rhymes. It's like poetry. Let's take a closer look at that when we get back to it. Yeah, I think the interesting thing about the added hat is, as you were kind of saying, that, like, it is a very interesting situation to take a hit and yet still be able to use a, you know, second-tier power-up. That's an interaction that you don't... I mean, you see that with the Shelmets, I guess. If you have Shelmet on top of Fire Flower and things like that, but... It takes some getting used to with something really dynamic like the boomerang that, you know, I just took damage, but I'm going to use the ability. But yeah, the boomerang is really quite flexible. I imagine that the anti-cheese mechanisms take a lot of work. I missed. Alright. I just totally missed. And we'll go. Nice. Okay. Do this. Bounce. Okay. Oh, forgot this row. Yeah. And forgetting this row will kind of rob us of a very necessary element ahead. Yeah, actually, the part of that setup that feels really quite unique is, like, with the stacked Dry Bones and Pokey, like, getting the high bounce off the damage boost and then retaining the ability. That's... Maybe I just don't play enough levels like this, but that's kind of interesting combination to wrap your head around in that. It doesn't feel intuitive if you're just used to what taking damage ordinarily means. You know, like the typical fall that you get when damage just kind of interrupts you all of a sudden in a very unplanned way, and so getting that bounce is something that still kind of surprises me every time. It does feel absolutely great though. Feels really good in hands. Okay. Kind of a little afraid of that pokey every time when... Timing on that definitely makes you feel like coming in close. But I'm beginning to get it somewhat consistently. Okay, that was a bit of a weird bounce off the Piranha again. From the angle I was coming in. Made it to the practice store, yeah. Too low. I could tell it was too low. Okay, that should be a hit. Nice. Yeah, I failed to hit that block, and that seemed like it was necessary in order to get a second shell going, right? Like, what was that practice door? Let's see a practice door. I don't think I can get back to it then. Yeah. It did seem like that question block was critical. Oops. Oh, that's very true about the editor. At the same time, though, with the clear condition levels, I think I kind of appreciate the efficiency of being able to practice anyway. Didn't expect when clear conditions were announced that that would be the thing I actually most enjoy about them, because like the thing about the reaching the goal without leaving the ground objective in particular is that like when you fail the softness of the impact, something that always throws me off, right? Like it always feels like you're just, oh, I guess I did something wrong, and because the indicator just comes up. It's not like you're crashing against anything, and it's not like it's a very tactile mistake. It's just, oh, I stepped on the wrong pixel sometimes. This level uses it well, of course, but I think it took me a long time to sort of figure out how the reach to the goal without touching the ground condition could ever be as good as people might have envisioned it to be. But nowadays I really appreciate that the trick to it is that it gives you the opportunity to practice. That's something I like about it. Miss. And yes, that shell is absolutely necessary. Yeah, the condition is wonderful for anti-cheese. Like, you know, actually lets you build setups on platforms without worrying about platforms being touched. And given that nearly everything in Mario Maker kind of has gravity applying to it, most things anyway, a lot of things that it makes possible that would not be possible otherwise. Oops, too low. Too low in that throw anyhow. That was not going to make it. No, miss. I do think the timing and spacing between each of the setups is quite nice in terms of the readability. Like, I think I'm maybe in a mood of everything feeling slow after playing Redox's level just prior to this one, but in terms of not slow in terms of the level, but you know, kind of restful in terms of the pacing and the ability to actually kind of read ahead to the setups. And it is a nice change, you know, lots of variety to the same item. It's two very different boomerang levels back to back that nevertheless have a very distinctive sense of style. Miss. Yeah. Okay. So we're down to about, I'm just kind of keeping eyes on the level clock here relative to what we knew the record would be. Okay. Yeah, it takes a lot of trust with that Pokey Dry Bones setup, because I think the first few passes there, the Dry Bones definitely wasn't visible, and I kind of wondering about that coin, and I realized after I saw the Dry Bones, okay, I see what kind of damage setup this is. To a certain extent, you know, anything based on damage boosts, particularly unintended cheeses that are based on damage boosts, have never quite felt natural to Mario. And I say that, of course, having just uploaded a level earlier today where the entire concept depends on knowing when to take damage. But that's something I think that's very unique to the new hats that have come out, because like the new hats give you abilities but are also restrictive, as you can see with the propeller and boomerang interaction here. And I think we are going to see more setups where, like, you know, deliberately taking damage is kind of just a very natural feeling part of the tech. Particularly with all the new hats, I think that's going to be something that's quite common going forward. Yeah. I forgot to throw. I only realized several bounces later that I forgot to throw. I think it's quite possible that I'm just getting tired, but it's kind of totally zoned out there. Okay. Throw. Spin. 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 Throw. Whoa. Yeah, I did not... That is very close to the end, but the issue there was that I did not trust the Pokey to be knocked out in time, which is the same issue I had at the beginning of the level, and actually that's a pretty elegant way it's set up to kind of remind you of the mistakes that you made when you were 30 seconds younger. And to show you that, you know, Mario Maker never forgets. Yeah, like, it's consistent, and so, like, once you get into the mode of reading the level, just kind of go with the flow, right? Like, as you sort of know what the indicators mean. Like that B down there, that takes a lot of trust, like falling into that B, because the sort of coin pattern, I mean, I like that the coin pattern is sparse. You only need 2 coins to do that, I think. You don't need more than that. But kind of understanding how that arc is going to go when you see the 2 coins and the P block in that arrangement. I flubbed that spin. Is something that, you know, you can definitely tell that the level is fighting against the restrictions on the vertical camera. And I do find, you know, vertical indicators for when you are falling into something or going up into something to be the hardest thing. Like even in a standard level where... Okay, that's what happens if you don't twirl, is you just missed a boomerang return. Yeah, even in a more standard level, that isn't necessarily something that's precise or technical. I think that it is something that's very difficult to plan around with the player, particularly because, you know, I think it is also a sign of a more experienced maker that they are thinking about camera positioning constantly. Because that's just the easiest thing to miss early on when you are just drafting everything in the editor, which is, I think, the early experience for a lot. But we see the flag ahead of us, and so I do think this is doable. It's just that one thing that needs fixing, so I will do what I can to complete this, for sure. And kind of nice to kick back with this one as the last one of the day. It actually does feel like a very nice wind down level. Like, there are things to practice, but you know, a lot of it is just reading and positioning, falling into the right space, and being sure that I manage to go up the pipe. But yeah, you know, using the propeller to come into the big red Koopa shell from below later, like, that was definitely one of those moments where it's, you know, does this level really want me to do what it is telling me to do? And then you actually see that setup and you realize, okay, yeah, I can trust that. I mean, it's kind of moving up to the Koopa from below like that. It's something that, I mean, it's only really possible now that we have the propeller, right? Like, and it's something that, like, I don't know if NSMB propeller tech ever got much out of that, but this is quite a different interaction. Fall into the B. Yeah. The arc on the falling piranha plants, both that one and the one before, like, that's something I need to work on every time in terms of pulling back. But I can see why you definitely can't over-indicate sort of up and down segments like that, because then they would just kind of form a grid of sorts, right? And then they would just lose clarity. Like, you just have to trust the player to read and understand, and I think it's very clear after just seeing it once or twice. I say that, of course, having flubbed at the exact same spot on this attempt. The exact same spot. Yeah, just gotta crush those shell bounces and remember to throw the boomerang, which I just zoned out on again. Only just noticed that it was a spike ball up top that was setting off as well. Like, I was just kind of firing and forgetting and not really paying attention to what the boomerangs were hitting, because watching Mario's position and just kind of trusting that the boomerang will do its thing, right? Oh. Trax's indicators? Nah, no. Or too many coins for that matter. I definitely see people using too many coins. Like, okay, if you're doing, you know, the kind of cliche 20-second speed run where there's only one viable track anyway, sure, whatever, you're just going to collect those coins. But people who just leave massive coin trails everywhere, not much better than when they're using tons of tracks. Seems like, as far as indication goes, that P-blocks are definitely the thing nowadays, just because they take up one tile and they don't go away and they don't, you know, do anything but stand out as a bit of a targeting location. But at the same time, you know, very easy to over-rely on those as well. But I think the thing that's making P-blocks work, and it was the same with sort of Sneak-N's Space SMB2 level earlier, is that if they just have one single consistent function throughout the entire level, then they work. Like if they only ever indicate one thing I forgot to throw. And yeah, they are fantastic. Like I was, obviously before on-off blocks were added to 3D World, like the new standard one-tile on-off blocks, I was thinking that P-blocks would just be the greatest thing for 3D World, because you can actually have one-tile platforms disappear now. And of course, not too long for that to stick around before on-off blocks just came in earnest, and I forgot to throw again. Okay, I really have to focus on that segment. Like, because I'm on autopilot, and the autopilot is not programmed to throw the boomerang at that spot for some reason. I need to pay attention. Okay. Let's see this. Oh, okay. Gotta hang left on both of the Piranha Plant drops. Yeah, it definitely fixes a lot of issues with, well, lots of things going on with coins. Like, you know, POW blocks, for instance, just dropping all the coins. Like, that's always an issue. Hey, we remembered to throw. And here's the shell setup from below that I was talking about earlier, and we just missed that again. That's fine, we just need to... Again, like, that feels like it's partly kind of compensating for the camera as well in that spot. In that, like, I don't necessarily see where I'm aiming when it comes to the green shell, and the thing is, I don't think coin indications, when they work on a sort of irregular diagonal like that, like, indications won't fix that either, right? Like, it's just, the camera's not going up fast enough, and there's just only so much you can do to make that clearer. Oh, well. I don't know why I was late on it that time. I think I was just slightly out of position. Okay, let's go here. Let's press the shell. Remember to throw. Propel into this accurately using the coins, and look at that. Yeah. I mean, the coins actually are pretty well placed for that, but I'm just missing it. It's clearly missing it every time. Okay. Nope. Coming in a bit of a weird angle with that piranha drop again. I do have to fix the bug. That was... Bro. Okay. That was, again, lack of trust in the fall towards to be. I feel like one solid attempt like that will do. I think when I actually watch the elements on a stage, like, you know, kind of keep the boomerang in the corner of my eye, very easy to just kind of not totally trust that things like the drops to the bees are going to go where I want. Did I hit or did I miss? I hit. Yeah, I also did Pascal briefly before I did C, but I kind of got into C pretty early myself. But yeah, we got that. That was 4 seconds off record, and I can kind of see where that's coming from in terms of some of the time bounces that could be slightly reduced, but I think trusting the indicators basically did its work there. So, thank you very much for that, Mr. Electro Dude. And thank you for hanging out for so long on the stream tonight and giving me 2 separate levels. It was an absolute pleasure to play both of them. So we are finishing with far more viewers here than I usually have. Still kind of tailing off from that amazing raid we had earlier tonight from West Second Gaming. So everybody who came in from that, especially those who have stuck around all this time, thank you so much. It is wonderful to keep building a new audience and also see levels by people who were lapsed and are now coming back into the game, which I think I've seen quite a lot of already over the past week. This will be it for me. Again, the next viewer level session will be kind of 12 hours opposite to this on Wednesday, beginning 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. British Summer Time, 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's usually the viewer level schedule that we go with. The night streams that are in this schedule are a little bit more irregular, and they're kind of what happens when I find it in me to play more Mario Maker and clear check one of my own levels, which is what started the program tonight. We will hopefully have more of that in the days to come, so thank you everybody who submitted for some wonderful levels tonight. This is one of the best sessions, I think, in terms of the level quality that we've had in quite some time. It's been very exciting to see some levels old and new. With that, I'm going to see where to send you folks on a raid, and we'll hopefully pick a channel that is legitimately open and active. I don't tend to personally know a lot of the Mario Maker streamers who are on at this hour, because I usually don't finish quite this late in EU morning or NA overnight. So I'll just take a minute to look for somebody appropriate. I usually send my folks off to somebody else who is relatively starting up with viewer levels and is able to take more in their queue. So I'll find something appropriate. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining me and for all the levels tonight, and we will see you next time.